How are we doing this morning, folks? Happy Monday. Oh, I must have forgotten open packs yesterday. I do that sometimes, chat. Life gets busy. This game's still open your premium packs before you open your regular free packs. It does. That's so obnoxious. Quasi, thank you for the 2 years. Welcome back. Usually you give quality of life features to the people. Ooh, we have matching Suicuns. That's good. We're gonna play some Suicun today. This animation just doesn't work at all on the emulator though. It's unfortunate. I should check some of the other ones. I wonder if there's just something broken with this emulator / patch. I don't think I've looked at any other immersives on here. I do not, Smoothbag. It's been a minute since I worked with them. New month, old us. Ain't that a mood, Rad? Thank you for the tier 3 and for the over 7 years. Good morning, good morning. I guess it's my 3rd shiny Infernape if I recall. Yeah, because we played Infernape Entei and it had we had 2 shinies in there. At least I'll be able to trade that 3rd copy to someone who needs it. I've opened more 2-star shinies from this set than regular EX Pokemon, and I deleted the game. Yeah, the economy in this game is super scuffed. Agree. Slimrath, thank you for the 14 months. You can spend your way out of the variants, but if you're not spending, it can be especially brutal when you low roll. Slimrath, thank you for the 14 months. Like, make sure you have a mod sword to go with that sub shield. Appreciate it. Got a Rainbow. There's a Poliwrath EX. I have 2 Rainbow Poliwrath. In fact, I think we might... There was a Poliwrath deck from the new decks roundup this morning on the Hooglandia Pocket channel, and I think we're gonna start with that one today. Oh, they added a scroller for these. That's fun. Very nice, very nice. A few more of these to buy. We have Suicun coins this part. This is why I re-up my premium. I knew the Suicun coin was coming. I need the Suicun coin shit. It's not optional. I will cease to exist if it doesn't get added to my account. Yeah, I had a lot of hopes for the shiny cards being added to the game when they gave us the first expansion and all of the shinies were like from the current booster pack. And then thinking back on it, the shiny Revelry set was really weird, right? Like, it's the only small set that's had 9 EXs in it. It was the only set where we had shinies from the same booster pack in that pack. And it was the only set they gave us a starter deck of our choice from. Which was great. I really wish they'd bring that back. The economy in this game is so much more reasonable if you get, like, even just 1 EX of your choice every set. It's a lot more palpable. Palatable? Palpable is probably the wrong word. Palatable. All right, let's try Lucario Poliwrath. I opened a regular 2-star Poliwrath over the weekend too. All the shinies. Did not have a chance before I went to bed last night to get decks loaded up, unfortunately, so we'll be doing some of that as we play today. Alright, so a couple copies of candy, a couple copies of Pokeball. Cyrus, Sabrina, my researches. Let's grab a Lily. Hey, maybe an X speed. Let us reposition our dorks. All of our startings are either the free retreat cost or retreat cost 1. I like at least an X speed in these decks with babies that retreat cost 1 Pokemon. The Raichu deck has been so much fun to play. Yeah, the Raikou Pikachu deck has been my number 1 so far this season, for sure. Oh, there's technically no water energies in here, so I don't even gotta unralph Wiggum the energy silencer. It's lovely. Do. Atari, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate you dropping off a little bit of Jeffrey Bezos money again. I wish Dark Tito would go away. I'd say be very careful what you wish for. Because Dark Tito going away very likely means that they power crept the game in some massive way. So I'd be careful. Be careful on that wish. If we top deck a Lucario next turn, we can clear this in 1 here, actually. Because it's weak to fighting. And we'll be able to jab for 40 plus 20. Alright, didn't low roll on that. I think we're just letting the little tyke die here. I think with the baby draw, we're gonna go ahead and just put this on here. Then I'm gonna go ahead and put the Riolu with the water energy up on it, so that way we have the energy to retreat from this and put Poliwrath up. If we top deck a Lucario, this actually does 180 to a copy of Crobat. Because you'll do 140 with the water, and then weakness is 160, and then Lucario is 180. Are their last two cards Candy Crobat? Is the question. They are not, which I think means they're cooked here, yeah? We top decked our stage 1 to boot. And they only have a single point here, which means that even if they have a Cyrus or a Sabrina, we're not in any danger. And I guess we'll throw this on here, and then we'll crack them. Like, even if they have a Crobat, like I said, they're taking 180 with weakness, so I don't know what their out is here. We are set up and ready to knock them down. Yeah, clean first game. Have you tried playing Zoroark yet? I haven't. I agree the text box on that one is neat, though. At some point, for sure. Only so many hours in the day. It really takes a lot. Like, you know, I think we've played probably 5 or 6 different decks. It really takes me an hour and a half, sometimes up to 2 hours to really get a feel for something. So I've got a couple weeks of exploring to do of different things in the metagame. Most of the things people come in and asking me about, it's like they're on the list. We'll get to them eventually. All right, we just need a tadpole. Gosh, I think with the tadpole draw, I actually just don't research here. I think because I have Candy Poliwrath, there's no reason for me to draw up a bunch of cards and they get like red carded or Mars. Their red cards and Mars are so much worse when my researches are in my deck. Now we'll go digging because I'd like to set up the baby for this ideally. And then we'll definitely rare Candy this turn. Yeah, go play this out. So the downside to rare candying now is it means I have to attach another fighting to this turn, but the downside of them being able to get rid of this is just so high. But Splashy Toss can only attach to basic Pokemon, so. Are you gonna take viewer decks anytime soon? I would take a viewer deck if you ask for it in advance. Speaking of, that was a very clean, aggressive draw. Poly is really good when it gets set up. So float me the idea of what you want to send in, and I'll let you know yes or no. I've got, like I said, there's probably a list of like a dozen or 2 dozen things I like want to play, so if it's on that list, I'd be happy to bump it to the front for a tip. As in today. Yeah, as in today. Be after we finish this one at least, but the plan is we're gonna do mostly Pokemon today with a little bit of Once Upon a Galaxy drafting at the end. And then tomorrow we're gonna start with Once Upon a Galaxy and finish with a bunch of Snap, because there's a new Snap season. And the rest of the week's gonna be kind of TBD depending on what the how the rest of the week feels. This is our first time going second with this deck. We have a really ideal start here. When going second, Mantyke into Poliwrath attacks for 140 on the second turn of the game, which is a lot of damage. And Lucario deals 80 damage in one shot to an Oricorio, so yes, Haley girl.
Jacob's not being kind with the chip.
Jacob's not being kind. Tell him he needs to be kind with the games, or he loses his screens. Okay. Badass, thank you for the 54 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. So the Mantyke is definitely going on the Poliwag. The question here is, am I putting the fighting energy on the Poliwag or am I putting it on the Lucario? They crackily tossed the Null, which makes me think I want to build this. If they had crackily tossed the Oricorio, I think I would fighting energy the Riolu, but I don't want to put this up into this because this can one-shot it. So only has 100. So we'll need Poliwrath to clear this, and then this will come up to clear this. Is the plan. Badass, thank you for the 4.5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, I'd take a submission for Altaria Arceus. That seems reasonable. Tubos! It's been so long. The 120-month resubscription from Tubos. The only gamer on the channel who over the last decade has been subscribed for every single month I have been partner here on Twitch. It's been a fucking minute. 10 years, $5 a month is 600 USD. It is, isn't it? It's a long time. I hope your personal sphere's doing all right. Thanks for kicking along through it all, even when we've been in and out of games that you weren't necessarily into. Speaking of things that we're not into, chat, I think we're out of this game, yeah? Sill Valley just murks all of our stuff here, I think. I guess I could do this and I can call for family, but I think we're cooked, right? Yeah, the 10-year badge there is our Hooglandia logo on a card back. There's no line from here. Ooh. Sorry, put it. 5-year-old forgot to close the door on her way out of the office. Adam, thank you for the absurdly generous tier 3 and for the 2 years. Good morning, good morning. Win streak busted. I'm currently on a 4-game win streak where my opponent have Marsed or red card by 5-card hand every single game. Yup. That's how it be. Riolu lead's not super exciting, but with a little bit of variance here. We have our X speed. So if Research plus Pokeball find us Mantyke plus Poliwag, we could be in a very good spot. I'm gonna research here before I Pokeball because I want to find 2 basics. So I want 1 basic off of that, and then here's one of them. Look at that. This is quite literally exactly how we drew it up. X speed is so good in these decks with the babies of them. Broski, thank you for the 28 months. Welcome back. And again, the reason why we went ahead and researched before we Pokeballed is because we wanted to draw a basic off the research, and the Pokeball is guaranteed to find a basic. So if we research before we Pokeball, the research is more likely to draw the basic we want. So the research before Pokeball or vice versa 100% depends on, are you more interested in drawing a basic or are you more interested in drawing a non-basic? Thanks for the 28 months, little broski. Good morning, good morning. Alright, I got a few looks at a piece of candy here. And this time's the opposite, right? I'm looking to draw specifically a rare candy. So now I'm going to Pokeball before I research because I want to thin the basic out of my deck before I go drawing for a non-basic Pokemon, or non-basic card. Swing and a miss here on this one. And I think it's basically strictly optimal to put the energy on here. Because I'm going to be splashy tossing onto the Poliwag. So then if they evolve and knock this out, I can attack with this or this next turn, depending on where I attach. If they have Cyrus, Sylveon, we are in a lot of trouble. And Sylveon makes them more likely to have the Cyrus. You could knock out the Eevee with the Riolu. Ooh, that's a good catch. I missed that one. Good shout on the weakness there. And then I think we lose here because I missed that line. Yeah, that's a great catch. So if we knock out the Eevee there with the Riolu, they lose their energy and they don't have an attack lined up. I was too focused on being able to set up Poliwrath for the next turn, but we missed on the rare candy. I should pivot my game plan. In general, I would encourage you, instead of asking me why not, have confidence in what you're saying, Max. Say, Jeff, you can knock out the Eevee with the Riolu by evolving the Lucario. Explain your line instead of expecting me to respond to you and tell you you're right or you're wrong. Believe in yourselves, gamers. Have confidence. Generate a conversation. Don't just ask the streamer to lecture you. So the card games always change, but that's something that's just like, you know, I've been doing this for a decade and a half, goes back to Magic the Gathering forever. Then that's always how people parse their questions. It's always why aren't you doing this instead of having confidence and being like, you should do this. And this is why. Fellow Mantike enjoyer here. You can tell you were a teacher, yeah. I think another thing that's very true, and it's true in a kind of a sad sort of way, honestly, is you could always tell people in chat who never had a good teacher in their lives when they get defensive when I answer their question with a question. That happens. That happens with some frequency. It's always sad to see, because it's one of those things where all the best teachers you could have are going to answer your questions with your questions. Because asking your students questions encourages them to think about what they are asking, rather than lecturing them and expecting them to memorize a specific point. I think on the Poliwrath draw, I'm gonna Mantike the Poliwag. That's close, though. It's really sad I didn't draw the Lucario to be able to knock this out. That probably would have been game-winning. Yes, maybe Pokemon do not have weaknesses. They have 30 HP. They don't need weaknesses on top of it. So that's one of those things where, like, from a VGC standpoint, you're like, it's weird that these don't have weaknesses. But from a game balance standpoint, 30 HP things with weaknesses is just like not remotely tenable. Alright, so with the candy draw, our opponent could high roll us and put all 4 Dragonite hits into this Poliwrath. But if they don't high roll us to an absurd degree, they should be cooked here. The old Knuckle Buster. $80 is a far cry from 140. Alright, sometimes average. Good enough. And then I'd be really surprised if my opponent has a backup Pokemon that's not just another Dragonite. I assume they don't have time to get that going, so I technically need 2 more points here, but the rating should be on the wall when I take this out. I suppose they could go Dratini this turn and then Pichu onto it, and then like Candy into like a Dragonite EX, maybe? That's a pretty specific combination of cards. Any Marvels have today? You could always check the stream title for planned games, and the answer to that is no. Dimmer, do you have a specific list for Altaria Arceus, or do you want me to brew it? Chatters often get belittled when they are wrong. Well, don't be fucking wrong. You're annoying when you ask why not. Have some confidence. It's a skill issue. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, correct. Or if you're wrong, just be like, act like an adult and be okay. It's okay to be wrong. That's another thing that's a problem with discourse and how people interacted, you know, the year 2025. And then to be political for a moment, it's why there's so many stupid fucking people that vote Republican and are conservative in the United States, because they've been trained that they can never be wrong. And they always gotta double down on whatever stupid, shitty opinion not based on reality they've developed in their life so far. It's okay to say something, have someone be like, actually, that's not how that works. Let's talk about it. Rather than like sitting here and doubling down again and again and again. I'll take, oh, we ban fascists on this channel. Fuck off, bud. Go back, go to one of your conservative safe spaces. This ain't one of them. Pixel Action Hero, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate the primer. Welcome back. Yeah, you don't gotta stew in your own ignorance. That's such a great way to put it. You don't gotta stew in your own ignorance. It's okay to be like, okay, I am repositioning my opinion on this topic based on the presentation of new information. It's called learning and growing. Failure is one of the best teachers, absolutely. 110%. Awkward start for us. We don't have access to any of other basics. We don't have an X speed. Opponent has first energy advantage here as well. It's probably gonna be a tough one for us. We need a baby here ASAP. A baby Poly. I guess if we find what I would have to find like baby plus an X speed here. Oh, no baby Polly is so rough. I'm doing this. I'm doing this. I think I'm just evolving both of these since I have 2 of them. Oh, I can't evolve this one because I just played it. It wouldn't be about political stance, more about willing on individual. You're right. In a perfect world, intellectualism would not be restricted to a particular political party. However, in the United States in 2025, and someone who's capable of critical thinking and understanding reality, there is only one singular political party that is rejecting vaccines, that is dismantling higher education, and is partaking in a ton of other anti-intellectual stances and positions. So you're right. Understanding reality and being willing to learn should not be a politics thing. However, when you have an entire side of the political aisle in the United States rejecting reality and rejecting fact-based and evidence-based research, it becomes political. And it shouldn't be that way. We should be able to agree that 1 + 1 is 2 in a base 10 system, and that vaccines are safe and effective, and it helped us eradicate lots of diseases that previously were literal plagues upon humanity. But unfortunately, that's not the world I live in. All right, this is a lovely opener here. We've got the Mantike, we've got We've got the baby. I just need a piece of candy. And again, this is one of those spots where we're going to Pokeball before we research. Because we're looking for not a basic Pokemon. We're looking for that piece of candy to get our Poliwrath going. All right, and there it is. And I'm gonna fill my bench here. Not because I want to Poliwrath in the long term, but because making my hand smaller makes us better in the face of a copy of Red Card or Mars here. Hearing you quantify 1 + 1 is 2 in a base 10 system means this man has been actually too many times. I know my audience. Let's just say that. I know my audience. I just want to let you know, Frozen Crow, because YouTube doesn't let you know when you've been banned, that I've banned you from my channel. Because while the Democrats are not perfect, and Donald, I'm banning you too for saying both sides are too extreme. Because saying both sides are too extreme is a pro-Republican stance. Because while the Democrats are not perfect, the Republicans are the only one dismantling higher education. The Republicans are the only ones denying vaccines. The Republicans are the only one deploying the National Guard against the wishes of governors and against the wishes of the people and mayors in charge of these towns. So yes, while the Democratic Party is not perfect and the Democratic Party has a lot of meaningful things they could improve on to help make people's lives better that they're not currently doing, the Democratic Party is not remotely comparable to the very real fascism and anti-intellectual bullshit that is going on in the United States right now. And you are a useful idiot if you say both sides are the same when someone like myself brings up the very real stark things that are going on in the United States right now. And those types of things and those types of comments are the reason why we're in the mess we're in right now. Because too many people who think that they're an enlightened centrist being fair to both sides by saying both sides are bad have led us to this point where Donald Trump is doing the things that he is doing, and the entire Republican Party in Congress is complicit behind him, allowing him to do it. Because don't for a minute think that Donald Trump is unique or the only problem here. Because if at any point in their pathetic lives, the Republicans in Congress wanted to stop him from what he is doing, they could. But they don't want to because they are complicit and they want it just as much as he does. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And before I move on from this topic, people, especially people outside the United States, and maybe there's less of them now that they see what's going on in this term, they're like, Jeff, why do you care and why do you talk about this on stream? Last week, there were grade schoolers that were gunned down in Minneapolis. And I have grade schoolers, and I'm a human being who's capable of empathy and caring about other people. And we're in the mess that we're in because of these people. And it's not just politics, it's people's lives, and it's children's lives, and it's people that I care about's lives. So, as the eternally old quote goes, you might not care about politics, but politics certainly cares about you. You should give a shit. And that's why on occasion I talk about it while I'm making content. I'm not afraid to push back on the nonsense on stream. Because maybe we're not too far gone to get out of this disaster. If we had more reasonable people that cared about making people's lives better instead of harming people that they don't like, the world would be a lot better place. I wish I didn't consider myself a Democrat, but I just want people to have healthcare without going bankrupt. And I want my kids' schools to be safe. And there's no viable alternative party that's working towards any of those and a variety of other things to make people's lives better. So I'm a Democrat, because it's the only option. Our opponent in this beer match appears to be a little bit salty. So many flavors, and that's the one that they choose. Let's have Poliwrath knock a few more out here before we call it a day. Damn, Joe, thank you for the brand new Prime. I appreciate that direct support. It's a big part of why I'm able to do what I do as a job. Thanks for keeping me around. You can't get this salty, chat, when you don't draw your rare candy. It's gonna happen enough. You just gotta take the L on the chin and go next game. It's just how life is if you're gonna play these decks. One more Knuckle Buster to close them out, huh? All right, I'm going to throw the deck list on screen. This deck list is one card off of the build from the new decks roundup that got posted this morning on the Hoaglandia Pocket channel. I subbed out. There was a copy of Leaf. I subbed it for a copy of X Speed just because I really like to be able to research into X Speed, and all of our things start with a retreat cost of 1. So, excuse me. I'm gonna take a quick ad roll here on Twitch as well as on YouTube. If you're enjoying the content of the YouTube channel, make sure you tap the like button. We're going to play some more with this one, and then we're going to play some Altaria Arceus as our next pile. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Dimmer, I missed it, by the way, while things were scrolling and we were playing. Did you have a specific Altaria Arceus list for me? Or did you want me to just build with those 2 cards? Apologies if I missed it. You said it earlier. People always say you took a stance for things I feel like shouldn't be a stance for other basic needs. Yeah, I agree, Penguin. In a world with reasonable people, we wouldn't be... In a world with reasonable people, it wouldn't be a discussion, should people go bankrupt if they get sick or if their family member gets sick? The answer to that is, no one should go bankrupt if they get sick. And the thing that reasonable people should debate is, how do you construct a system to get the outcome that we should all agree on, not there's an abhorrent outcome and a reasonable outcome. We shouldn't argue between which of these 2 things happens. The non-abhorrent one should be the only choice. And then reasonable people can go back and forth about how do we achieve the thing that we should all want. Marlins, thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the primer. Welcome back. The Raikou deck you posted is goated breezing through Ultra. Yeah, the Raikou energy switch decks have been, I think, one of the strongest things I've played so far. Okay, Dimmer, got it. Cool. I think we're gonna do another half hour or so at least with this one, and then we'll get cooking on that. Thanks for hanging out. Whoop. Whoop, whoop. Magic the Gathering heard me call Shadowverse the worst balanced card game I've ever played. And they were like, hold my beer, Hogland. I know you haven't played us for a while, but worst balanced card game you've ever played? No, we can't stand for that. That's so funny. I still have a bunch of mutuals that play Magic the Gathering, so a bunch of their stuff ends up on my feeds, and it always makes me chuckle seeing spots like this. Would you? And my understanding is it Cauldron is like also a red aggro deck just splashing blue, right? So this is what 75% one deck, and then obviously this is peak variant. 75% one deck in the top 8, and then the 2 decks that aren't that deck get paired into each other in the quarterfinals. I've actually we talked about this a little bit last week, but I'm actually really impressed with the Pokemon Pocket design team after these last 2 expansions. I think, yeah, I agree, Totalist. For a game that's not doing any live balance, I think Pocket's been doing a really good job. I think the designs on these babies and the amount of things we've had to explore in tandem with their 4-week new content release cycle. I'd prefer if there was a scotch of live balance mixed in there, but for a game that's not doing any, I think Pocket's been doing a really good job of things so far. We're going second. I just need a baby tadpole. I think Pocket's been killing it since the Buzzwole expansion. I think the Buzzwole expansion was a good set overall, but it was a little bit parasitic at the time that it released. If that makes sense. I think they did a good job power level wise with that set. It just it basically added like 1.5 decks to the game, right? I think one of their biggest design misses recently is Ho-Oh and Lugia feeling so mid, and Lugia not being playable without Ho-Oh. Oh, Gamer, you should check the new decks roundup today. There was actually a Lugia deck that wasn't playing Ho-Oh. That posted a tournament result here. Ooh, come on, give me Lucario. Let's punish this. Give me a Lucario deck. Nice. No baby, what's it called, but... Am I playing this Riolu out and giving them extra damage on this? I don't think so. Getting the first point here against their deck with a bunch of EXs is a big deal. If I don't play this out, they shouldn't be able to kill this turn. We get punished by a red card or Mars a little bit, but... I don't want to give them the option to go bench, clear Lucario. Alright, if we find a Tadpole, I think we retreat to the Mantike to set it up. Come on! Hit my 66%er. Please! Nice. Okay. So we go this, and I'm going to play this out to make us better against a, piece of hand hate. Get some value out of that water energy we threw on there earlier. We get got by Rare Candy Greninja Cyrus. They need to clear our Tadpole out here. All right, no Cyrus, no Mars. We could get red carded out of our evolution. Okay. And I'm through both my researches, unfortunately, so I need a little bit of variance here. Two out of nine. 2 out of 9. This gets us a Mantike. I think it's just hope to spike the candy next turn. I think we're just like hoping to dodge the Cyrus Candy Greninja. We'll go energy here. Retreat this to Mantike. Mantike put the energy back on this. It's unfortunate it took us so long to find the Poliwag. Okay, that means no Cyrus, and we're a little better than 1 in 4 to find our candy next turn. Alright, hit me, dealer. That'll do, pig! That'll do! $60 for 3 is big damn, chat. Big damn. Big damages. Seems weird to not target Lucario there. I don't think it mattered too much. They were never getting 2 points that turn, and if I don't hit the evolution, they're clearing me next turn regardless. I think you're probably right that it's strictly optimal to tag Lucario, but ultimately in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it matters. How many packs of the set have you opened roughly? Over 100. Over 100. I mean, if we find a tadpole, this hand is stellar. If we don't find one, it goes south real quick. Thanks, Chumos. I really appreciate the decades worth of support. Hope your Monday holiday is good. Come on! It's only 40%, but if we hit it, we're just like, clean them out. Rats. Is it crazy to save this? I don't think it is. What if I Sabrina here and get the first hit on the Zera? I think I'm into it. I think I Sabrina, put a fighting energy on the Riolu, and then jab the Zera. And then if I top deck Lucario next turn, we can finish the Zera. And if I top deck a Tadpole, we can retreat the Riolu to the Mantike, go water energy, fighting energy on the Tadpole. DMS, thank you for the 72 months. 6 years is a long time. Welcome back. All right, Tadpole. Tadpole's ideal here. The electrical cord is so good here. We're down, but we're not out. So I get to go ahead and clean this, and then I still have one more turn to draw the Tadpole. Yeah. Because the Arceus is gonna hit the Lucario, and then if I top deck a Tadpole, we go Mantike, fighting energy, Mantike, water energy, Candy, Poliwrath, clear the Arceus. Oh, I was like, why are we elemental switching? I just didn't need it on that one. That's fair. All right, I need the Tadpole this turn. This is our final draw at the Tadpole. So we've got 2 Tadpoles, 2 research, and a Pokeball. So we've got 4 live ones in 12 cards, 1 in 3. Although 3 of them are not guarantees. So not a guarantee, but gives us some redraws. Unlucky. GG opponent. That's close. We had a lot of draws there. For as awkward as our start was to open, we had a lot of draws at the Poliwag to make it serviceable. You should list of cards for me. There was a new decks roundup on the Hooglandia Pocket YouTube channel this morning that this deck list came from. Not an amazing opener. That's probably not ideal for them either. Heyo, that makes it significantly better for us. We'll get a little splashy here. Twinkly Call in their Arceus deck is interesting. We are just splashy tossing again here with the fighting energy on the Riolu. This sets us up so a Poliwrath can attack next turn since it attacks with 2 colorless, or a fighting energy on the Riolu Lucario evolution can hit with that as well. So we've got 4 live draws for evolutions and then 2 researches as redraws and 13 cards. A little bit less than 50% here. And if we hit the Poliwrath, the game probably ends on the spot. 140 is just so much. We take the Cleffa point, and then the Arceuses are weak to fighting, so they go down in 1, even if they have a cape. I think I'm gonna take the KO here. Because we don't need Lucario's extra damage in this matchup, since they have weakness. Poliwrath's a really cool design that doesn't explicitly requires 2 energy, but still wants it. I agree, Dimmer. I would expect them to give us some more. I was expecting them to give us some direct energy fixing by now in this game, but I actually really don't mind the design directive of cards like Altaria and Poliwrath, which are like, this is a payoff for 2 color energy, but your consistency perspective is you don't explicitly have to have 2 energy. This over here is like annoying. It technically makes us slightly less likely to draw the card I care about. Now we're, you know, 4 out of 13 instead of 4 out of 12. And then because Lucario's a 1-pointer here, we actually have 2 draws at finding the Poliwrath, because we could give up a Mantike. And I have second Mantike in hand in order to buffer a Sabrina, which is nice. And that is just like a tempo black hole, yeah, if they don't have a copy of Leaf. That buys us a turn here, hopefully. I am definitely playing the other one of these out. Makes us better against TN Disruption. Insulates us against Sabrina. So we're 2 out of 12 to win the game on the spot, and then we're 2 out of 12 in order to have redraws at our other 2 out of 12. What Pokemon do you think is good to pair with Meowscarada? I did a highlight with Meowscarada Cleffa recently that I think is very serviceable. It's a fun way to approach that. I'm gonna throw an extra energy on the Riolu here because could use it to retreat at some point, and Poliwag's got plenty now. Oh, do they have the Arceus Crobat? Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, that means we have to hit next turn. Oh no, I'm just dead. I'm dead because of the Arceus. Sure. Yeah. They didn't need this Iris here. They could have energy on the Darkrai and then retreated to the Arceus. Like I said earlier, we had someone salt off against us in the mirror match because they didn't hit their rare candy. You're gonna have to accept that you're gonna have games like that one, right? When you're in on a rare candy deck, you're gonna have powerful draws when you have the candy, and then when you don't have the candy, your deck's just gonna flop around a little bit. I've honestly felt kind of impressed with how well we've been able to position with this deck so far, where we've been in spots where it's like, okay, if we hit the candy, we win on the spot, and then we've had like 2 to 3 turns of like drawing towards it. We've unfortunately missed on those draws over those 2 to 3 turns a couple games in a row now, but the fact that like we're live despite not having it right away feels really powerful. A lot of the rare candy decks I've played, they're like, you have to have it on like turn 2 or turn 3 and then the game is done. Whereas this one, because you have the 1-pointers to lead on, it feels like you have more staying power to draw towards it. We've had pretty good diversity on the ladder so far this morning. A lot of people playing a lot of different things. And I'm gonna go ahead and just fill our bench up here. Get that splashy toss on the Poliwag. I'm happy my rainbows feel playable. It's always sad when you hit a sweet piece of art in this game and you're like, oh, it's attached to a card I can never play with reasonably. piece of candy, ma'am. Piece of candy, please. I could definitely be persuaded that there should be a copy of Pokemon Communication in this deck. And honestly, it feels like the Poliwrath is winning the game so commandingly, and a lot of the time I could see cutting the Lily for Communication. Maybe we'll try that in our last couple of games this morning, Josh. That was Eric that said that. All right, our window is closing here on finding the piece of candy. Opponent is set up now. There's the piece of candy. I don't know that playing another basic out here matters. Speaking of Lily, this could be a game where the Lily matters, yeah? Because the Zera is going to hit me to 130, and then if they have a full bench for the Arceus, it clears. Because they had enough time to get set up. Yeah, I guess we're actually cooked, huh? One, two, three, four, five. They have another basic. I could retreat and jab with the Riolu, and then hope that they don't have Cyrus, and that I top deck Lucario or Lily. That's probably the line. They definitely have another basic in their deck. The question here is, are they more likely to have the next basic, or are they more likely to have the next basic, or are they more likely to have the first Cyrus? Now, honestly, I think that's kind of close. Like, they're almost assuredly playing one Cyrus. And this is a spot where I think I'm happy with my play. I think there's a chance we're dead either way. But they only played one Pokeball too, so I'd expect they had at least two more basics between all of their cards. Close one. Fitting that we had a game where Lily mattered when we were talking about maybe cutting her. Let's try and get one more decent one in with this. We'll record an intro and then we'll hop along to the next deck. Username Pixie Chef in chat taking credit for the Pixie Hitmonkey deck in the recent Dex Roundup. Username checks out. Ooh, lightning energy. Could be Dragonite stuff. Could just be playing random colors of energy to enable Altaria as well. Magby. Magby probably means the second. Could be an Oricorio deck. Yep. Replays in this game would be so cool. Considering I can't even import a deck list from text yet, I would assume replays are not happening in a million years. I want to leave my last bench slot for Riolu here, not playing this other Mantike out. Nice, awkward staring contest on both sides here. Time to crack the contest open. I think I'll stack extra energy on the active Poliwrath for now, just so I can retreat it functionally, potentially. Oh, you know, I probably messed up. I should have spread these water energies out between the two Poliwags, right? I should have gone fighting one here, so I technically would have a second Poliwrath to be set up. Small mistake here on my part. That's a good top deck. Need my Riolu now. Oh, wow. Yep. Alright, so getting this knockout this turn is great, because it means if we find the Riolu at some point in the future, we get to go ahead and clean them. There are 2 Pokeballs, 2 Riolus, and 2 Research, and 11 cards here. I do not have a second Sabrina, so that's not an out. We'll Splashy Toss onto this other Poliwag, so that way, if the opponent has Cyrus to kill this, we can top deck Research into Candy Poliwrath to win the game. Yep. Very likely dead here. Just took us a little bit too long to get our thing together. That line's ambitious. I mean, it's literally playing to our only out, so... Ideally, you identify lines that are more likely to pan out than Research into 2 specific cards, but it's not like sequencing to play to Research into drawing 2 specific cards cut me off of playing to other things, right? So it's strictly correct to set myself up for that to be a possibility. I think Oricorio and the new Celebi are some of the worst designs in Pokemon Pocket. They are cards that very explicitly only punch down. They are trash against the best decks in the metagame, and they are very good against decks like this that are B tier. I think designs that inherently don't do anything against the best decks, that are only good against decks that struggle to be competitive anyways, are some of the worst types of designs you can put in a card game. I think you should play more Altaria decks. Well, you're in luck. We're gonna play some Altaria Arceus after this one. Yeah, new Celebi hasn't really been a thing yet, which is nice. Wait, they have water energy, Nihiligo? What are they doing? They just got, like, poison barbs over there? Okay. I could technically get punished for not rare candying this turn, but if I rare candy this turn, I can't get a water energy on the Poliwrath because Mantyke only attaches to basics. Horsela, Nihiligo, eh? Now I'm gonna candy. Leaving this last bench slot for a Riolu. Are they playing the new Tentacruel? Oh yeah, look at that, they are. What does the new Tentacruel do? It can paralyze and poison. Interesting. Does it do damage in addition to that? Oh, it needs 3 energy. That is an incredible amount of energy. It's a powerful effect. Three's a lot. Honey. All right, we can take a pause for the cause, let some adverts roll. I want to get one game that's not just like my opponent flopping around and doing nothing with this before we wrap, and then we'll move on to the Arceus Altaria deck. I want to throw the deck list up on the screen for those that want it. It was also present in the new decks roundup this morning. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be playing Pokemon Pocket for a few more hours, and we're going to wrap up on some Once Upon a Galaxy drafting again today. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, consider tapping the like button. Doesn't cost you anything. Appreciate the over 100 folks that have done that already today. It's my favorite deck so far this set. I really like the Jumpluff stuff. I like decks that bob and weave, and Jumpluff bobs and weaves like no other. Would you open to revisiting Lucario EX due to the baby Pokemon decks? None of the good decks in this game right now are playing baby Pokemon. So Lucario EX punching babies is another one of those things where it's just like you're punching down in the literal sense. It's very, very similar to like Oricorio, right? Like if you're consuming content creator stuff, you're a little bit biased because a lot of us are brewing with these baby Pokemon, but if you look at the decks that are actually all performing the best, almost none of them are. Is Once Upon a Galaxy something you'll probably continue with after sponsorship is over? Yeah, we'll fit in some here and there at least. As long as I'm enjoying it. Galaxy, and Dark Legion are probably the two things I play the most of off stream. If you follow me on Blue Sky or Twitter, you'll see me posting good runs on there while I'm offline. Do you think Swanna and Entei could work? I really think trying to ramp Entei up to dealing 120 is probably not worthwhile. Thoughts on Baby Garchomp and Altaria? I think trying to play a stage 2 and a stage 1 in the same deck is asking for trouble. I think Politoed is huge bait. I think Lucario is basically a better version of Politoed for Poliwrath. Lucario gives you an organic answer to Oricorio, and it's only a stage 1, and it doesn't fight with the same basics that you need to be Poliwrathing from. Raikou as a partner for old Luxray seems fine. Poliwag on the opener into Fire Eevee. Could be a Charizard deck from forever ago, but could also be like Flareon Eevee box stuff. Mantike is lovely. I don't have either of my pieces to evolve this, though, which is unfortunate. But no, I never get notifications for Jeff YouTube video in the morning. Make sure you turn the bell on. YouTube really doesn't promote any of my content on any of my channels. I don't do a lot of the stuff that feels scummy to get YouTube to really favor you. I can't bring myself to call every deck the best deck or the meta changer or whatever else makes the YouTube masses actually click on them. I think we're just shuffling around here. Is it ever Tempo Sabrina? No, probably not, because this'll kill it. Don't make them. They might want to retreat into this anyways, so no reason to Sabrina them into it. Do I want to evolve Lucario? I don't think so. It might be worth Sabrina-ing here so they can't attack with Flareon next turn. Honestly, it might be Sabrina punch them with Riolu. I think is the line. Since they put this one up instead of EX Eevee, I think I'm just going to go ahead and Splashy Toss again now. Suicun EX, Primaria EX is on my list of things to try. Got that one in my deck editor. Just as a generic comment, There's been like 3 comments the last half hour asking me, Jeff, do you plan to play XYZ? The list of decks I intend to try out is like 24 long at this point. To give a deck a fair shake, it takes me 90 minutes to 2 hours to really get a feel for it on the live stream, so basically, eventually yes to basically all the questions that have been generically asked, but it's gonna be a little bit. We play, you know, 10 to 15 hours of Pocket in a week on stream, so it's like 4, 5, 6 decks in a week. I think I want to take this knockout here. I think especially with the Poliwrath draw here, if I take the first point on this Magby, it means Poliwrath is going to get to clean out an EX for the win in a single shot. So I think we clean our first point, we offer a point, and then again, because Lucario's a 1-pointer and Mantyke's a 1-pointer, we have time to draw towards our rare candy to get this online ideally. What do you think they'll make Groudon EX do in this game? I'm really not super familiar with Zoomer Pokemon lore, so I'm not a very good person to ask. What do you think flavor-wise a card's gonna do? Rare candy is obviously a stellar draw, but second Riolu would also be okay. Groudon's a Zoomer Pokemon. Anything newer than Gen 2 is a Zoomer Pokemon. Piece of candy. You call Groudon a Zoomer Pokemon? That bro is like 20 years old. Wait till you learn how old Zoomers are. Zoomers are pretty old these days, Zoomers. I'm gonna Google it. Yeah, mid to late 90s for Zoomers gamers. Zoomers are pushing 30. $180 is so much HP. I actually think people that try and discount Gen 2 as not being the initial batch of Pokemon are silly. Because there's so many really closely interconnected Pokemon between Gen 1 and Gen 2. They are basically a single generation in my mind. Especially considering how small Gen 2 is because of how many interconnections it has. Correct me if I'm wrong, is this just like my brain making stuff up? Or were a lot of the Gen 2 Pokemon were initially supposed to be in Gen 1, right? Yeah, like Ho-Oh appears in the very first episode of the Pokemon show. Yeah, and Silver and Gold had the red and blue maps inside of it. I made him pretty far in advance. How's it going, gamers? After playing a bunch of games with this deck, I've been recalibrating my opinion on Poliwrath EX a little bit. What I had initially written off as rare candy copium, I've really warmed up on with this particular deck list that appeared in our new decks roundup earlier this week. In particular, Lucario lets Poliwrath EX crack for 160 points of damage in a single blow, letting you clean out even things like Darkrai when they have a cape attached. And Mantike, in addition to Lucario, giving this deck list a prize mapping of 1-1-2 in a number of our games felt really clean as well. Having this prize mapping also meant that in the games where I didn't find my rare candy early, I had more turns to draw towards either the candy or the Poliwrath as an out to get my finisher online. And once we have Poliwrath set up, dealing 140 to 160 every single turn on 180 HP stage 2 gives you a lot of staying power, especially in tandem with our copy of Lily to occasionally give us a little bit more sustain. If you enjoy seeing competitive off-meta decks like this tested out in Pokemon Pocket, make sure you're subscribed to the channel so you don't miss any of the other ones we'll be showcasing here. If you like this particular list, make sure you smash the button on this video. For the rest of the day, have fun with this one. All right, we're gonna build Altaria Arceus next. Is the game plan? I have an Altaria deck, right? I can copy to start. Copy this deck, yes, please. Togepi was in the show for a while as well before the games. Yeah, accurate. All right, so rather than the Goose as a backup, we're gonna have Arceus as a backup. What do we think? Do I want a third? Oh, I just clicked remove all by mistake instead of zooming out. Mistakes were made. I meant to click that button. They both have a minus on them. Oh. I think I want a third baby if I'm going to be playing Arceus. I probably also want a copy of Leaf or two, so that way I don't get stuck with Arceus's in the active spot. I'm getting hyped for Champions, and I'm hoping it's accessible and not super expensive. I'm gonna be curious to see how Champions monetization pans out. My expectation is people are gonna be mad about it, but maybe I'm just injured from other mobile games. Gen 2 is basically Gen 1.5. Yeah, I think that's a great way to put it, Puddle. They're so closely connected. If you're running Zangoose with the babies, yeah, I could see that being okay. I think I want the Oricorio training wheels. I've seen a lot of people talking like they were expecting there to be no microtransactions in the game. And I think those folks are going to be disappointed. I don't know, maybe they'll prove us wrong and I'm just super jaded from the entire industry, but I would be shocked if there's no microtransactions. Copy of Geo is actually probably okay here. Getting Arceus up to 140 occasionally is probably good. Yeah, it could be a two Pichu angle as well if we're gonna play the one Oricorio. Thank you for the 19 months. Welcome back. Is Tauros worth playing? I think having another 2 retreat cost is bad. Elima is much worse than Leaf. Much worse. Honestly, Pokemon communication's probably bait with this many Pokemon. I'll put the second copy of Leaf in to reposition. I want to play Lightning Energy, and then I think it's 2 other at random. We just accept that Oricorio is going to be a variance attacker. My only comment about the my two comments about the monetization in Pokemon Champions is that one, people are making a lot of very specific assumptions based off of a vaguely worded statement they made about the monetization in the game. And Pop, thank you for the third of a year. And two, I think a lot of people are being naive based on the assumptions that they're making there. And again, like Pokemon Live, literally you can't spend money in it. So maybe it'll be something like that as well, but I don't know. I think people are super overly optimistic for the lack of monetization. Magby on the opener is lovely with the Swablu. Find an Altaria here and get cracking for 100 right away. I keep the Arceus, I think. Just want to get my hand a little low. So now the question is, do I Toasty Toss the Swablu playing for the Altaria draw, or do I just Toasty Toss the Arceus, accepting that I already have it as a payoff? I guess it's the Swablu, because they're not killing this next turn unless they hit a Misty Heads. And this way, if I brick on the Altaria, I can Toasty Toss plus attach an energy and then still be ready to attack with this in 2. Can't say I've missed this experience. I'd be pretty surprised if they're on 18 trainer. That seems pretty bad for Suicun. I have a few different choices I could make here, but I think it's just this. No other basic means the Swablu gets to live this hit, which is nice. Do I play my hand out? I think I'm supposed to play my hand out, yeah. They don't have basic, so their odds of having Candy Greninja are high here. I guess the Candy Greninja really punishes me for playing my bench Pokemon out. It means my Arceus takes significantly more here. Like we talked about in the new decks roundup, that opponent's deck is the most popular new deck by a significant margin. Entopop, thank you for the third of a year. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I'm going to be disappointed if Mega Pokemon come out and they don't have 300 HP with 180 plus damage. You're going to be really disappointed then, Talos World. You should check out the Hoglandia Pocket YouTube channel. They already spoiled 3 of the Mega Pokemon that are coming with Set B1 later this year. And they do not hit your requirements. There's a review of what we know so far that's officially confirmed there. Going first with no baby is sad. I guess we'll lead Oricorium. I wonder if, with all these babies, Elemental Switch could be useful. Can you explain to me what makes Elemental Switch useful with babies? Because you're not the first person to suggest that, and I don't understand what synergy Elemental Switch has with baby Pokemon. I must be missing something, because people keep suggesting it. What is Elemental Switch doing that's beneficial for the baby Pokemon adding energy? Ho-Oh, Lugia, Greninja will just be GG against Megas, right? I mean, if you assemble your 3-color stage 2 other Pokemon, yeah. You probably got him. Good job. GG. You could turn 1 energy, retreat, turn to attack to Altaria, get 1 ahead on the Arceus attack. That turn to attack for Altaria, and they get ahead. But Altaria has a retreat cost of 2, Dimmer. So that doesn't work. Destroy Exodia every game. Yep. That game right there is why people play Oricorio. It's such a bad design. Such a bad design. Can I get a baby? We can. Lovely. Swablu! Swablu! Easy game. Hey, 1 in 7. 1 in 7 to hit the game-winning card. 1 in 7 to get redraws at the game-winning card. This game's so easy, chat. Just draw what you need. Altaria is a real Pokemon pocket card. 100 for 2 is a lot of damages. There were a couple Altaria decks in the new decks roundup this week. I'd be very surprised if there's not something with this card that's very reasonable. I just follow up with Oricorio, yeah. With the lightning energy on top here. Just like crack you for 100. And then Oricorio finishes. If you somehow deal with Altaria. I hope some cards get rotated out for the new season. I would be really surprised if this game has a card rotation before fall of next year. Maher, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Altaria is Sil Valley with its own requirements. I think Sil Valley is kind of better. Why not both? One of the new decks roundup this morning is playing Altaria and Sil Valley. Just have 100 early more frequently. You can find lots of decklist highlights on my Hooglandia Pocket YouTube channel. We're going first. I have a Mantike. Lovely, lovely. Looking for an Altaria here, so let's go ahead and dig deep looking for that. We'll Pokeball first. You know, knock on my bamboo hardtop here, but so far with this latest patch, I haven't had any stability issues inside of Moo Player like we were last season. And I explicitly haven't updated Moo Player because it's been working, so whatever the crashes were must have been Pokemon Pocket's fault. Tempting fate here, yeah. The typical for games to rotate out whole expansions at a time or cherry pick things to try and balance. Usually whole sets, Daniel. So this is purely speculation based on how paper Pokemon works. But my assumption is when Pocket eventually does rotations, they'll rotate out entire letters at one time. So all of A will rotate, then all of B will rotate, etc. And they're just like cooked to get here, right? It's just like baby into Altaria hits you, the game is over. So paper Pokemon has a 3-year cycle with their letters. So if Pocket mirrored that, it would mean in fall of 27, when D gets introduced, A would rotate out. Because Pocket is a smaller card pool, I wouldn't be surprised they rotate on a 2-year cycle though, meaning in fall of 26, when C gets introduced, A would rotate out. But there's no official communication on that so far, so it's all speculation at this point. My thoughts on the new Shadowverse set were I loaded up and played one game against Dimensional Climb, Runecraft, and said to myself, I can't play against this deck for another expansion. I'm playing other things. LBB, thank you for the 51 months. Welcome back. So, Shadowverse has their first sets of big tournaments this coming weekend. If their first tournaments aren't dominated by the rune deck, maybe I'll give it a chance. But otherwise I'm probably out. Their game only doing live balance passes every 2 months isn't enough with how bad their balance was in the second set. Now that you're back, could we expect a Hoglandia Spraggles casting duo once again? I'd probably make time to cast a tournament someone else was running if they invited me to do a guest casting spot for a few hours or maybe even a day, but I don't intend to actually run my own tournament again, no. It is a ton of work to run a tournament, and there's not really extra content money to be made from it. The few tournament Spraggles that I put on actually lost me money compared to just doing regular streams once we factored in having to pay for staff. Because you need to have staff to run a tournament reasonably. Matt Choose, thank you for the super chat on the YouTube side. I really appreciate that direct support. Hope your Monday's going well. What do you think about a deck with Giratina and Darkrai only? Darkrai Giratina and Eevee Espeon are probably the 2 best decks in our metagame still. All the best decks from your previous expansions are still the best decks till proven otherwise. And our first weekend of tournament results don't really imply otherwise. If you're wondering what those first week of results look like, I'm gonna have a what's it called? I'm gonna have a best decks meta report thing up tomorrow morning is the plan. So with the copy of Leaf here, I can pull the Swablu out and put the Mantike up, and then I can hit them with Arceus next turn. Leaf and X-Speed are so good with the babies. I'm gonna get to crack for at least 110 on the second turn of the game here. Do I want to kill the Zubat? I think I do. I think I do. Are there any notable Entei decks? Entei enjoyers, unfortunately, that was the only EX from our new expansion that didn't have a deck in the new decks roundup today. If you're curious on what off-meta decks put up good results in our first weekend of tournaments, that's already live on the Hoglandia Pocket channel. Check that out from early this morning. These breakpoints actually don't work out favorably for us because of the Rocky Helmet, right? So they go... Oh? Does this work for us now? Because the Arceus didn't take 20? Yeah, I think this is a mistake from them. They can have a copy of red. If they have a copy of red, I suppose they win the game. But usually they don't have room for, like, reds and Rocky Helmets. I'm kind of surprised they're playing Rocky Helmet, given that they're an Nihilego deck too. But previously, if they would have done 20 to this last turn, I would have taken another 20, and then their 100 would have cleaned us out. But because they cleared the Mantike instead, I can hit them, and now I'm only dead if they have a copy of red. I think it speaks volumes to the average card evaluation skill in the Pokemon Pocket space that so many people thought Raikou was going to be the worst of the 3 beasts when Entei was very clearly the worst. Raikou's attack has a real upside, dealing damage to the bench with Cyrus existing in the metagame. while Entei's upside needs you to get to 4 energy, which is realistically never happening on a lead Pokemon, and you want the dogs to be your leads. And don't get me wrong, Entei looks like a very playable card with the ability to draw cards, but it's definitely the worst of the beasts. People really undervalued. Really undervalued the other one. Easy W here on the back of the Cyrus. And even if the Cyrus wasn't lethal here, we could have retreated to the Altaria. Well, they didn't have any energy on things, so I don't think it really mattered. Card evaluators didn't think Cyrus exists. I mean, to be fair, that's one of the biggest mistakes a lot of less experienced card gamers make when evaluating cards, is they refuse to evaluate cards in the context of the metagame. They like try and evaluate cards in a vacuum. And the problem with trying to evaluate cards in a vacuum is they often end up getting all bent up. It's not very useful for anybody involved. We are farming some nerds this morning with this pile of cards. Magby into Arceus is lovely. It means that we'll be able to hit with Arceus on the second turn of the game. Big damn incoming. Gimble's actually a little scary into my babies, because it means if they have their candy right away, they can clean up my 30-pointer. Yeah, I wasn't consuming or making Pokemon Pocket content for the Eevee Grove set, but it's also wild to me. That's the same story from the Eevee Grove set, where people didn't think Espeon would be good, but they were refusing to evaluate it in the context that, like, it plays with Sylveon. Context and nuance is not Gamer's strong suit. If they don't have a candy, we chew them up and we spit them out. And if they do have a candy, we still have a chance, which is a decent place to be. If they break, they're dead, and if they have it, we're still in the game. One walk. Thank you for the entire year of support. Let's get you a mod sword to go with that subscriber shield. Welcome back. Now, the fossil in the back means that if they have second candy, we're fully cooked. If I top deck a basic, we can clear the Garchomp through a copy of Lily, but I do need to draw a basic in order for that to be an option. This deck is more about Arceus than Altaria. I mean, you clearly weren't watching the couple of games we played earlier. But yes, I'm setting up the card that I have to set up. I don't have an evolution. There's no reason to put stuff on here, especially when facing down a linear attack. Pro tip, your decks are better if they're not all in on a single game plan, typically. So having flexibility to be an Altaria deck while also being an Arceus deck is a good thing to be. Bricking on the basic is real sad here. Just dead to Rampardos candy here. Garchomp is a speedy land shark and retreats for one. If they don't clear the Magby, they lose the Garchomp to a basic off the top. Right on time, Altaria. I mean, to be fair, this would have been the first turn we could have evolved this Lovely. So they should definitely clear the Magby here. Well, I guess is that true? I guess they clear the Arceus next turn if they hit it with linear attack. That's close. It's closer than I first implied it to be. Can I get a basic? I'll do pig. I'll do pig. I'll do. All right. Dodge a second copy of Rare Candy. We can dodge a ball. Although I suppose we are also cooked to just a Cranidos here. Hits us for 70 with weakness. Yeah. Survey says... Am I dead yet? Or not? Sometimes lucky. To keep our win streak going? That's 4 or 5. Yeah. Look at us. Look at us streaking, gamers. All right, there's 11:20 here in the cornfields, meaning I can eat lunch without being too much of a large human being. Throw the deck list up on the screen. I'm gonna run an advert on both platforms. We're upstairs and grab my leftover food from dinner last night. And we'll be back playing some more of this when we return. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. BRB. People tested Entei Charizard yet? I'm sure people have. I am not people though. We should flare Altaria. I don't know if I have enough. It's a good shout though. I have 4 of them. Sure. Oh, I probably would have to flare the Swablu's too. What's the process of obtaining and applying flares was more streamlined in this game? It takes so many clicks. It's a nice system for customization, but make sure it didn't screw with my energy. Charizard wasn't very good last season either, to be fair. I'm not surprised that it's not having a good time this season as of yet. Doesn't help that the #1 meta deck is water. When did Darkrai Giratina become a water deck? I think we're in trouble. I don't know if I want to play Oricorio yet. I think I'm just going to take the 110 hitter here to leave myself the ability to have Swablu be my last bench slot. Now, this is potentially really good for us. Because I have the Giovanni as a surprise now. So I get to do this. Into this. Into this. We are cooked Osiris here because I failed to draw Swablu. And we're missing lightning energy. I want to make a deck with Jumpluff EX and Garchomp EX. What do you think should be my third Pokemon in the deck? I think you probably don't have room for two Stage 2s, much less a third Pokemon on top of it. Starting Lightning and having Pichu as my opener is so sad. I guess I could research into a different baby. Sedge. It makes sense to play energy that are all different from your babies. It would if we weren't playing Oricorio, but like you need Pichu and Lightning Energy when you're trying to play Oricorio. Alright. With the Sabrina here, they're probably cooked to take this Hoppip down. Have you played with New Dog Trio yet? I've not, but it's on my list. I think all of these one pointers that can deal 100 early have potential. Slowking. After we had a good set with Slowking, I think all of these early crack you for 100 are potentially very reasonable. Really want an Arceus or a Swablu here. Feels bad, man. Magby adds a free retreat cost, so always optimal to put this up here as opposed to Oricorio. Because now, when I top deck Arceus, we can go ahead and go Energy, Toasty Toss the Arceus. We're going to give up a point here, obviously, but then Arceus is set up to start one-tapping all of these, which is great. Opponent missing their finishers here. They could still top deck a finisher plus have a Cyrus to win the game, though. Like if they have a Cyrus energy switch in hand, any of their 2 energy attackers can win them the game. So they are behind here, but I assume they're not on 0 outs. This is one of those spots where I want to maximize my chance of finding a Swablu or an Arceus. So we're going to research before I Pokeball, because this research draws us into one of our other babies like this. It means this is more likely to find me the payoff that I'm looking for. And sometimes you just die. It's just how the cookie crumbles. All right, in it to win it. Lack of Swablu is so sad here. Even an Oricorio of our own would let us attack into Oricorio here. No rest for the wicked. Yep. No such thing as a holiday when you're self-employed, Ben. I can't decide if I want to play the Tyke-Out or not. I'm gonna say no for now. Because of Raiku's ability to snipe at my bench. Technically, not dead on board. However, very dead to a single copy of Cyrus, so realistically not winning. I played a handful of once games last night, but I didn't get any with the new captain yet, so I'm not sure, Ben. Oh, Swablu on the lead. It's not exciting. Larvitar Enjoyer. It's a rare breed. Oh, Leaf. I would ask why you're not X-Speed, but I know the answer to that question, unfortunately. I don't know what my last bench slot to be yet. Could be another Swablu, could be Oricorio. I'm just going to vibe for now. Next turn, we'll leaf the Swablu out of the active and get Arceus charged up here, probably. Unless we top deck Altaria. Probably want this last bench spot to be an Oricorio. Come on, I think I want to be able to hit with Arceus next turn. So I'm knocking this out regardless, so I still don't need to commit just yet to what I'm putting as my last bench Pokemon. I can wait one more draw to see if we find the Altaria or if we get a Lightning Energy for the Oricorio. If we find Altaria, we're in a pretty decent spot because they need to take another turn off still to be able to attack with this. So they clear my Arceus next turn, but they're forever behind on the Giratina. We're hitting this for 130. Geo is also just an outright lethal draw, which is nice. 1 in 9 to just clear him on the spot. Perfect. What a good card that Mars Gamers. Ooh, Lyra is spicy. But they're still just, like, taking a metric ton of damage, yeah? Like, I'm hitting them for 130 again, and the Oricorio is ready to go. Okay, you need a heal or a cape not to die when you attack by Arceus, and then, like, either still the Oricorio staring you down from behind as well. And Sabrina is lethal now. Still lethal. Dawn's cute though. The world is my oyster. You could kill with a peck. That's true. We could have killed with a peck. Put insult on the injury. Nah, it's time. I don't like wasting people's time. After floundering around trying out a bunch of different things in this expansion so far, today's Altaria Arceus deck highlight pulled me through over half of Ultra 3 in a single sitting. This deck list has such an incredibly proactive game plan that lines up well whether or not you're going first or second, which is something I absolutely love in a deck. Our 3 baby Pokemon attaching an energy to Swablu when we go first means you can set up Altaria to start hitting for 100 on the second turn of the game, and when we're going second, they can queue up energy onto Arceus, allowing us to start cracking for 130 on the second turn of the game that way. I also absolutely love that this deck list can go baby into 1-pointer into Arceus as a finisher, setting up that 1-1-2 prize mapping that's quite powerful and gives you a lot of time to stall out your games and draw the cards that you need. You'll note that we have 3 different baby Pokemon here, as well as 3 different energies in our zone to maximize our chances of Altaria having 2 different colors of energy to hit for that 100 game in and game out. This does occasionally get us into sticky spots with Oricorio not being able to attack on time, the only Pokemon in this deck with a specific energy requirement, but Oricorio is pretty good at stalling, so if your energy zone's not lining up exactly ideally, it can usually buy you enough time for that to work out anyways. As always, if you enjoy seeing competitive off-meta decks being brewed up in Pokemon Pocket, make sure you're subscribed to the Glandia Pocket channel on YouTube to not miss anything that we'll be featuring here. If you enjoyed today's brew, make sure you tap the like button. For the rest of the day, have fun with this one. All right. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. What do I want to do next? That one was really good. If we wanted to just climb some Masters, I would probably sit and grind that, but I wanna play a bunch of different stuff. We just played a deck that was really good. Should we play a deck that's probably trash? That seems only fair, right? Oh, this doesn't have my second full art Suicun in it yet. Now here's the real question. I have matching immersive Suicuns now. So do we play the matching ones and give up the 2-star? Probably. I do enjoy matching cards. The 2-star is beautiful. I don't dislike this one though, and I really value having my cards look the same whenever possible. All right, we're gonna run an advert on the platforms. I'm gonna run to the restroom while that goes. When we get back, we're gonna give some of this a try and see if it's poop soup or if it's somewhat serviceable. BRB gamers. Deck seems like only minor amounts of cope. Yeah, I think, this deck probably has some good proactive draws. Would I rather have a Sabrina or a Cyrus? That's close. Let's start with the Sabrina, and we'll see where we go. We started on Poliwrath today, Dilsky. It actually felt really reasonable. It'll be a highlight later this week for sure. I think we'll have our meta decks roundup tomorrow, and then we'll be back to daily deck highlights on Wednesday on the Pokemon channel. Thanks for hanging out, Tori. Will we see any Zoroark? As always, gamers, I have lots of things I want to play, and only so many hours in the day, so we're going to get to most things eventually, but it's going to take a little while. Feasibly takes me 90 minutes to 2 hours to get a good feel for a deck. That means we get through like 5 or 6 decks in a week. Just fighting energy, Dilsky. The same core of the deck from the new decks roundup that was on my YouTube channel today. I think I'm going to dig in for a basic, right? It's actually only 50% to find it, because there's a baby and another one of these in the deck. But I think that's a worthwhile shot to take here. Yeah, my room temperature take is that Lucario is just better with Poliwrath than Politoed is. I don't even think that one qualifies as a hot take. It's probably just true. Poplio! So this does 40 for 1, 80 for 2, and then 100 plus heal 20 for 3. Lot of HP, gamer. I was gonna say, if they're attacking this turn, though, their Giratina is not ready to go, which is nice for us. Yeah, the baby letting everything heal is also nice. I agree. Well, I have both candies in my hand, so let's just go ahead and get this one down here, shall we? So if they have a copy of Red or Giovanni, they could clear our Suicun this turn. Opponent's got some choices to make here with how they want to shuffle their Pokemon around. So baby here gives us some healing, also gives us a pseudo-organic out to Oricorio, which is nice. Yeah, running this timer close to the wire here. And they missed it. Get cooked, nerd. Cool. I think we were winning that one anyways, but it was going to be closer if they hadn't timed out. Suicun Immersive is one of the best immersives for me. Yeah, it's really good. Hey, Rerug, good afternoon. Welcome on in. Without recency bias, I feel like a deck that will only be getting 100 to 120 damage max would prefer Cyrus to Sabrina. So, the basic line of thought was Sabrina in this deck versus Cyrus. Because normally I would agree with you. A deck that's dealing minimal amounts of damage tends to prefer Cyrus to Sabrina. However, Suicun encourages our opponents to keep their bench small. And if my opponent is encouraged to keep their bench small, Sabrina's value goes up. Is my basic line of thought here. Maybe I should have tempoed Sabrina them here. It's very, very possible. But that was my line of thinking, is I'm playing Sabrina because my card encourages my opponent to not play out to their bench. You know, it's funny, I complimented the patch earlier that I wasn't having any issues with this patch. We had this issue come up here. I think I'm gonna communicate looking for my stage 1. It's only 1 in 3. Oh, is it 1 in 2? It's 1 in 2, actually. We're a coin flip here. It's really unfortunate. Am I cooked? So I can still spike a rare candy next turn, I suppose. You're dead if your opponent gets Greninja out with this deck. I think that's not remotely true. I think if my opponent has their stage 2 and I don't have my stage 2, we're dead. But I think that's more a symptom of them having their deck work and my deck not working. That's not really unique to this particular deck that I'm playing. It's just like how card games work, right? Like my opponent's deck was functional and had a good draw and my deck was non-functional, ergo I lost. I don't know. I think if I'd have had my candy there, we probably end up winning that, right? I think with no bench Pokemon out and the amount of healing that I have, we probably push through everything that they've got going on. Really surprised that my opponent's Greninja deck has a Sabrina in it. If they have 2 Cyrus and Sabrina, I could see that, but I can't imagine you play Sabrina before the first Cyrus in the opponent's archetype. How many pets? I have 3 children. I grew up in a house with dogs, rats, mice, chinchillas, rabbits, frogs, snakes. And as an adult, I have none of the above. And this honestly might even qualify as a hot take, but I think people playing this Fanfy with Memory Light are some of the biggest copers in our current expansion. I think in a world where baby Pokemon exists, not playing the Fanfy that deals 30 for 1 is some hot freaking nonsense. I mean, my hand was pretty schmedium, so... Alright with a reroll here. Why did I attach an energy to my bench Pokemon last turn? Because this Suicun's going to die. And then I'm going to put my 180 HP Primaria up and try and win the game with it. $200 HP Primaria. I don't know if we're going to be able to push through here. I don't think I have enough healing. Even if I assemble my other stage 2 going into next turn, Okay. Drawing this means that this is guaranteed me to find the other one, which is nice. What are your thoughts on a draft mode in Pokemon Pocket? I think regular Pokemon TCG doesn't have an official draft mode, so that means draft mode is never coming to Pocket. I will be deeply, incredibly surprised if Pokemon Pocket ever gets a game mode other than a non-rotating format once we finally have a rotation. I think what we have in this game is currently what we're gonna get, and you shouldn't expect any new meaningful additions. Alright, so I get to heal for 90 here, which gets me up to 160. And then maybe if they don't have candy, I can win with this Sabrina. But we're beating Rampardos red, which is nice. I mean, that seems super wrong with this on the bench being able to heal everything, yeah? Clean game. Gave up our lead Suicun. We basically let our lead Suicun just, like, take hits to draw cards that game, which let us set up for our double stage 2 staying power here. I can stamp exceeds expectations on this deck. I don't think it's gonna be a metagame powerhouse by any means, but this probably what gets added to the list of things you could do without being embarrassed. Have you ever tried Dark Clodsire or Darkrai and Nihilego? I have not. It's probably not very good. I'm playing the other Poplio out here. I might want to turn this into something else with the communications. I think I'm going to vibe on it for now. Is the friendship with Blastoise ended and Primaria the new one? I mean, Primaria just has like a 1 energy attack, which is nice. I love my boy Blue, but he's just not a very powerful card. And then with our copy of X speed here, we can actually pivot into the Suicun to start drawing some cards while also not losing our energy to a tempo black hole. And I think this is a... we're putting energy on this angle. I get the cape out so my hand's not too big for red card and Mars here after we draw another one. I want to clear the Froakie here. It's somewhat appealing to get damage on the Tina, but I think I want to take the first knockout point here. What's going on, Buckethead?
They're not finishing up and playing.
Oh.
They just keep playing.
They just keep playing. They do like their games too.
I really want to do one more round.
You want to do one more round of sequence?
Yeah, so we can do the other side, the shape side.
Okay. Tell them they can play for 10 more minutes, and then it's time to play sequence with Haley, okay?
Ooh, okay.
Okay. We're definitely playing out the other bench Pokemon. Am I? I think I am. I think I want a rare candy. Well, so it's actually kind of interesting. Do I guess if I brick on... I think I'm gonna communicate this one away. There's a chance I hit my stage 1, a 33%. And I guess if that happens, I just put the energy on Suicun. So we do this, and then this, and then this. She's a cutie pie. She is, Mr. Satan. I agree with Mr. Satan in chat. My daughter is adorable.
Daddy.
Yes, Haley. Oh, well, that's okay. He might be eating. You can go upstairs and let him know.
I'm gonna let him keep eating it for a second.
Okay. Good plan. Yes, Haley.
Daddy.
Yes.
Guess what?
What?
Later today, we're gonna try and play a game.
Yeah.
A new game.
A new game?
A new game. Of the whole family. If it's a full-person game.
We can play a game with the whole family later, yep.
If it's a full game. Well.
I guess we get cooked by a Giovanni here, the way the damage is lined up. Yes, Haley.
What's that Pokemon?
This is Suicun.
Suicun.
Oh, Haley, do you know who... And this deck has Poplio in it. Can you go upstairs in the bedroom at the end of the hall and get my Poplio stuffy? I kept forgetting to bring him down here. I wanted to bring him down here for this deck.
Here's my stuff.
Hold on the bucket. All right, go get me Poplio.
He look like...
He's the little blue seal. He's on the bed in the end of the hall. Room at the end of the hall. Number one small child distraction tactic, gamers. Give them purpose. They enjoy being helpful. Your children growing older is really just them unlocking an ever increasing distant series of fetch quests. When they're really tiny, you start with pointing across the room, and they fetch something, and then they can cross floors. I'm really looking forward to my older two hitting a level where they can go to the store. There's a gas station like 4 blocks from my house. I think my older two are almost old enough to be able to send down there on their own. Yeah, we're getting close. There's not a clean sidewalk for one of the blocks, the reason why. And Maine! Thank you for the 98-month resubscription, rapidly approaching the triple-digit sub club. Welcome back. Is Suicun taking one for the team? Is Suicun taking one for the team? I don't think so. I just went to visit my parents in Phoenix. I don't think that state knows what sidewalks are. Oof. The average Meowscarada deck is probably playing Giovanni in red, yeah? Do we think it's worthwhile to play around those by keeping up the Suicun? I think it is. I think it is. But opponent must not have candy or keep it in, huh? Everything came together there very cleanly for us. Kind of textbook how we draw it up, right? Like, Suicun gets us gas to draw our... stage 2 up. Did you find Poplio, Haley? Yep. Can you bring him here? Poplio!
I found him. He was under your blanket.
He was under the blanket.
Is that... Do you call him that?
Poplio is his name.
Oh, but what's his real name?
Poplio. Yeah. Mm.
So sad.
He is very soft.
Put him where?
I should put him right there on my desk.
Yeah.
He can be friends with Dragonair.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know how Dragonair's gonna balance on his head.
Maybe.
Oh, I think we did it. All right, should I take a picture? Should I show chat? I can't rotate my camera. Okay, look, we're gonna
Bring mommy that picture.
we're gonna science this. We're gonna take a picture of Poplio and Dragonair, and then we'll put the picture on the screen.
But make sure you bring it to Chris. The picture to Chris.
We'll send it to mommy too.
That's cute. I even showed mommy Poplio.
Poplio, yeah. Ooh.
Cute.
Uh-oh.
I think she
should sit down next to it. Yeah, Dragonair's probably not gonna balance up there all that well.
Yeah. Then guess what?
What?
I love you.
Love you too.
Yeah.
What do we think of the Poplio Dragonair balancing act here, gamers?
That picture was too cute.
It is too cute. Two of my favorite blue Pokemon. Lovely, lovely, lovely. All right, let's hop into another game, shall we?
Daddy, what's this guy's power?
They're a water Pokemon.
Ooh, what does he? No, what's his power?
He has a big hydro pump.
Ooh, that means he shoots water.
He shoots water, that's right.
Water balls?
More like water stream or beam.
Ooh, can I watch?
Yeah, you can sit with me for a minute.
Watch your
Yeah.
whole game.
Hey, look, it's Poplio.
Papio. You pretty Papio. Papio. I am Papio. I made him sing, I am Papio.
I think we research here. The question is, if we hit the Suicun, do we... Is it worth X speeding into Suicun here? I think the answer is no. but it's close.
Can't believe it is Poplio.
I think given the option, I just want to like hit with Primaria really quick here.
Daddy, is he a seal Pokemon?
It is a seal Pokemon.
Yeah. I like him.
Oh, sea lion. Sorry, sea lion, not seal. Oh, he's got the whiskers.
I am Poplio. Poplio makes a perfect sound. Who makes a Poplio sound? Me. Who makes a Poplio sound?
Okay, I think I'm gonna dig for a rare candy here, because if we spike the candy, we can hit for 40. But if we miss on the candy, we can still evolve into Brion here and hit for 30, which is nice.
Daddy. Wait,
Yes, Haley.
what's that called?
This is the evolution. It's a Brion.
Wait, is that the mommy of this potion?
Yep, and then here's a big one.
Is that what the big one of this potion?
It is the big one of that, yep.
Ooh, it's the biggest one?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, is that the baby, that's the sister, and that's mommy?
Yeah, that could be. They can all be boys and girls, just like people can be boys and girls.
Yeah.
Poplio can be a boy or a girl, Brion can be a boy or a girl, and Primaria can be a boy or a girl.
I think that one's a girl, that one's a boy, and that one's a girl.
You think so?
I
Could
think-
be.
Yeah, what if there's two girls? Daddy, why do you have two cards of those?
Because they're both Suicun.
Do you have a Pokemon like that?
Yeah, we have a Suicun stuffy over there, remember?
Is this one?
Yep. We have so many stuffies of this deck.
Daddy, what else is in this?
Ooh, and rare candy's a sick hit here because it means we get to evolve into this one in the back, which lets us hit miraculous healing now as well.
Wait, is that the biggest one?
I got the big ones out, yep.
Hmm.
Really clean game here for us so far. Get to get the pump on.
Look at this one, he's cute. He has a lot of green on him. I like this one.
Suicun's not a boy or a girl. We say they're cute. Instead of he or she, we say they. Pretty cool, huh?
Wait, what's this one's name again?
That's Entei.
I kind of like this one.
You like the fire one?
Yeah, he's kind of cute.
Entei's cute, yep.
What's the last one?
That's Raikou.
They're all sitting next to
My desk is currently being overrun by Pokemon stuffies. She says as she cackles.
Yeah.
Oh, next to him over there.
Oh, yeah. They're also cute together. This is the big one, and these are the little ones. It's time for
Ooh,
people.
so much healing, gamers. So much healing. Miraculous healing. Irida. And then the sparkling aura means we stay at 100. So we're not even dead to a Candy Greninja here.
Daddy, it's already past bottles there. I think we can take the sheet off. Or like, can we skip anything?
No, I like those up there. Don't move them. I know you gave it to me for Father's Day, but I want to keep it all the time because I like it. My favorite daughter made it for me.
Daddy, guess what?
What?
You can't see it very well if you don't take that plastic off.
Oh, okay.
So if you want to take it off, I can show you because I know how.
Everything here has a retreat cost of 2, but we've got X speed in hand, so it's not a big deal.
Here. Daddy, when are you gonna be done with floor?
Daddy's got to work for a few more hours still, okay? And this Sabrina would have been enough tempo for them if we weren't an X-Speed gamer. I really feel like, especially in our current world where these Suicuns and babies exist, that more people should be playing more X-Speeds and Leafs. Such powerful effects. Get to heal another 20 here.
I needed this because I needed it.
You need to wipe your nose? Okay.
Yeah.
You should take that and throw it out then when you're done, okay?
I'm I'm already done.
You're all done? Okay.
Why do you have a big chunk of tissue? What chunk of tissue? It's like a chunk of tissue. Did you do that?
Misty Gamer here. This means they can switch to this. Wait, what? Oh, this has a retreat cost of 2.
Daddy.
I was like, they're mistying so they can hit us with this, but they have to just sit here and tread water here still. There's a cape.
Daddy, they have one of these too.
They have a Suicun as well, you're right.
That means
We both have Suicuns. Yeah, back up to 200 again here.
Wait, 200?
We have 200 HP.
Sounds so bad.
That's so many.
Is he gonna kill you?
No, I think we're good.
Yeah, because...
I think we're gonna beat him.
Yeah, because we already got most of him.
They have 200 HP.
I wonder how many he is.
Their Irida heals them a little bit, but what number is bigger, 80 or 100? Do you know?
200.
100. 100 is bigger, yep.
No, 200.
200, yep.
What about 900?
Okay, they have Greninja here, but they need to pivot into it, and they're still just, like, fighting upstream this entire time.
Ooh.
They're just taking their hit here, and now we get to get them.
We're both the same.
Yeah, the one baby in this deck letting you have the extra healing feels real clean.
Daddy, we're both the same.
We won!
We won?
We did, yep. Our Primaria was the winner. Alright, gamers, I want to throw the deck list up on the screen. And we're going to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll.
How much numbers did we get?
And then we'll be back with some more of this when we return. It's been fun so far. Been
Did
feeling
we
pretty
get
good.
2 and 1?
We got all 3 points. We're almost Ultra 4, Haley. We're streaking. All right, should we go find the brothers and tell them they gotta play sequence now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, he's gonna Daddy click a couple of buttons, and then we'll go find the brothers. Okay.
Wait, you have 2 guys.
We do have 2 Papaleos. You're right.
You have 1. You have 2.
All right, let's go find those brothers, huh?
Okay.
Okay. Oh. Have you tried a Lowen Corsola yet? I've not. I don't really know what exactly I want to do with that one. Makes me sad that Baby Bismagius probably isn't playable. I'm gonna clear. Don't tell Haley, chat, but I'm gonna clear some of these stuffies off my desk. I've been overrun. Oh. Dogs, put the beast back in the background. We'll leave Poplio and Dragonair here. They can stay. Hammer, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's super generous of you. Thank you for the deck submission today too, by the way. Altaria Arceus was good fun. Let's hop on into some more with this one. Shall we? Shall we? would be really surprised if Baby Garchomp and Altaria were good together. It's just so many deck slots trying to put a stage 2 and a stage 1 in the same deck. We are going second. I think I'm going to lead Suicun here. With first energy advantage, leading Suicun is more appealing. It's a fun flare on the type null. Eevee Nugget, thank you for the 32 months. We'll see what they play out on the bench here. Could end up being a Tempo Sabrina. They have a fighting energy. I guess they're probably a Rampardos deck then, yeah? All right, well, we have a full bench. I think I'm gonna hide that I have the extra bench Pokemon for now. Maybe I should play out the Cape, so that way I only have 3 cards. I think concealing that the Poplio is an option here has value. You could maybe get a freebie from them not playing out a bench Pokemon. Yeah, actually just cooked. Don't tell Scotty chat. They are blissfully unaware. Waltz with me. Oh, we're only doing 60 total. My brain is bad. Why did I think my full bench was 80? That's fine. The only other thing I could do is play a Cape there, but we're fine, right? Yeah, I don't think my line changes. I guess I could have Iridied, but it doesn't really change the breakpoint, right? Oh yeah, red could get us, that's true. I guess I lost my Sabrina, which is sad. Where am I putting my energy, and am I Sabrina-ing? It's probably just Irida hit them, yeah? I could Sabrina and clear the full HP type doll, but the full HP type doll is not attacking me next turn, so I think it's just this. Then we'll get an energy here, because that way we can threaten to deal 80 with our stage 2 potentially. Maybe I'm supposed to Cape to play around red plus heads here. Them Ionoing, I think, makes me pretty happy that I held the Cape. Pokeball is a brick. All 4 of my basics are out. We're supposed to hold the stage 1 for communication. Yeah, maybe. Three draws at our EX. The EX wins the game on the spot. Does 80 for 2. Pump it louder. This card having 3 attacks is so clean. We are cruising today, gamers. Altaria Arceus and now Suicun Primaria might hit Ultra 4 before the day is done. An error has occurred. Excuse me? I better not lose my win streak. All right, still have my win streak. Yeah, Dimmer, the fact that this deck has things that don't mind going first and don't mind going second also feels pretty good. Alright. I don't have a leaf to swap to the Primarna. I'm playing a copy of X Speed to do the opposite switch. That's close. Different edge cases where one's better than the other for sure. I think this is a...
Big fat guy in
You found a big fat guy in my room. I think there were a few Pokemon stuffies in there. That's Snorlax. Snorlax is almost as big as you.
Yeah, but I'm taller.
Oh, you're taller? That's true.
How many Pokemons do you have in there?
I don't know. There were a few in there.
Okay, I'm just...
Okay. He can hang out with Dad.
Daddy,
Yes.
we're playing hide and seek.
You're playing what?
We're playing hide and seek.
Hide and seek? Okay, well, you can't hide in my office. That's not fair. Okay.
Just playing that big.
Thank you for bringing me the big guy. Hi, Elvin. Thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. My 2-year-old also has that Snorlax plush. Yep. He's a good one. He's a big boy. What do we think of trying to high roll for my other Poplio? What's in my deck right now? There's a Poplio, a Primarna EX, and then the stage 1. The second Suicun's not gonna do anything for me. I think I like taking the 1 and 3 to try and get into the baby next turn. So, not too unlikely that we brick there, but I think it's worth the shot. And then can this go toe-to-toe with the Espeon is the question. I don't actually know. They get second SP out at some point, which in theory lets them heal for 60 a turn, which is a ton. I need to find our Pokeball. Our other Poplio. Although I suppose the other Poplio runs the risk of Sabrina clearing us now. The other Poplio's on the desk, Jeff. That's true. Oh, interesting. Losing the Irida instead. This does... Are we dead now? This does 130. It's 150. So I end up at 70. Yeah, I need to redraw the Irida. Otherwise, we die to the Espeon. Are we cooked? I think we're cooked. It says this is Suicun. This is not dead on board, but very likely dead to, you know, the Cyrus that they're playing. No cards left in their deck. There's at least one EV bag up there. Maybe a red card. These might be the only two disruption, but I usually there's like a Cyrus or a Sabrina. Why not X speed? Because saving the X speed conceals that I'm gonna be able to retreat the Suicune and play an energy out later. Ah yes, run the rope down before playing Cyrus, then also attach an energy. Average pocket gamer experience. Hold a second 2-star Morty. Oof. Feel less bad about my third shiny Infernape. Leap seems like a strict upgrade over X speed. You're missing the early turns when you want to research and have a free retreat in the same turn. So X speed lets you reposition a Poplio into a Suicune when you need to start drawing cards sooner. So that's a copy of Repel. In the late game, Irida X speed in the same turn can be valuable too. our Sabrina here, almost assuredly. I'm gonna keep this, so that way they need another bench Pokemon in order to Water Shuriken plus Suicun it. Go keep this as well. Just get those out of hand. I wish we could play a game against this Greninja Suicune deck where we both have rare candy. Every match we've queued into it so far with this deck, our opponents just had like rare candy for Greninja on the second turn, and then we've had none. But not been particularly close when they have their stuff and we don't. Do you want to heal for 40 here? Yeah, I think I do, right? These decks don't usually play Frogadier. Usually they're greedy, but on the off chance they have Frogadier plus a Greninja Water Shuriken could clear me, so we'll energy here. Or we'll heal here just to play around that. Please, sir, can I have a piece of candy? Healing it also plays around double Water Shuriken, which is nice. Which is what they have. That's more double Water Shuriken's more likely than the Frogadier in this matchup. Do you have a cape? Gamer. Gamer. Do they have a Cyrus? What is going on? No, they have to have a cape, yeah. Or they're cooked. Oh, they have an X speed of their own. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I need a candy now. Oh. Man, we're dead to Cyrus. I've said this numerous times, but you're really not like, yeah, I thought we were actually going to win without a candy. Oh, sad. They have 0 points. We're dead to Cyrus, gamers. They clear Poplio with the Water Shuriken. You're dead on board, no. Shuriken and into bench attacks. No, I can switch. God, even that one would have saved me. We didn't just have 2 candies as live draws. We had 2 candies and a Brion. We were fine. We had five out of whatever live draws. We had 5 out of 9 live draws that last turn to still win this game. That's so crazy. Yeah. Unsurprising that our opponent has the Cyrus. It's crazy to play a Greninja deck without at least one of those. Usually they're on 2, although they have repel, so maybe not 2. Oh, unlucky. They had turn 2 Greninja, and if we still would have just hit our candy on the second to last turn, we'd have had it. Would I come back? My opponent was ahead that entire game. What do you mean, would I come back? They had Greninja on turn 2, gamer. I guess I'll play this. We're gonna drop to 5 otherwise.
Hey, Daddy, have you seen Declan?
I have not seen Declan.
We're doing hide and seek.
I did. I told Haley she wasn't allowed to hide in here, but I haven't seen Declan.
Dang. Oh, this is the new deck you were talking about?
Yep. Suicun's one of the new Pokemon in this expansion.
Yeah, and I gotta find Declan before he basically comes out.
Okay. Good luck, Godspeed. Think I'm just letting my active Suicun die here. Think it's just drawing us cards. We're gonna try and get set up with both of these while it fills our hand up here. I think the Sabrina is more valuable later, and I just want to let them knock this out. I want to draw a rare candy at some point, but I have a couple more turns before I really need that. I need the rare candy when this starts taking damage, so we've got a minute before it's 100% necessary. Two candies and 6 cards. Perfect. What does the non-EX Primaria do? It heals all of your water Pokemon for 30 damage on its Pokemon ability. So we have 50 healing per turn on my my 200 HP deal 100. It also gives us a somewhat organic answer to opposing copies of Oricorio.
You're a big bad guy, not me. You're a big bad guy. You are bad.
Do I take this KO with Sabrina? I think I take the guaranteed KO with Sabrina, yeah?
This is Sabrina.
This is Sabrina. Yeah, I think taking a Pokemon off their bench makes their Suicuns worse, so okay, we'll just do that. He is a fat man. Oh, you gotta be careful not to touch the keyboard, okay?
He likes because you're also fat.
He likes me because I'm also fat. We are.
He thinks you're fat.
We are peas in a pod. Snorlax and I.
He thinks you're fat. Yay! Fat buddy.
Fat buddies. Okay, you can be Snorlax can be my fat buddy. I agree.
Wait. He sits right there and wait whenever you do wrong. Because he sits in your chair until you do wrong.
Okay. It's a mirror match. Look at that.
I'm just gonna look for my stuffies in your room.
Okay.
And bring them down to you. Pokemons.
I'm not really drawing for anything with the research, right? Yeah, unsurprising they have Candy and whatever else. They have 2 cards left in their deck. Oh, they're playing Misty. Interesting. What do we think of shuffling these Pokemon around a little bit? No, I should make them have extra healing here, yeah? I was gonna say, I could shuffle and make them spread damage out, but if they don't have any extra healing here, they die to Sparkling next turn, right? It could also be right to spread the healing around before they start dealing big damage, though. I feel like it's super likely they have other healing in their deck. I'm gonna X speed out, and I'm gonna let this one take a hit, I think. So I'm not dead to Cyrus or Sabrina this way. I think I just want to play around them having additional healing. Like there's a good chance they have rare candy plus a baby Primaria of their own here. Okay, hopefully us having a baby is a little bit of a deal breaker. They gotta cut something to fit in the Misty, yeah. Oh, they never have double Cyrus, right? So I can only heal 90, so I can't leave this up. There's no way they have room for 2 of those, yeah? Am I iridying yet? I don't think I'm iridying yet. I think I'm pivoting to here. And we're waltzing. Some amusing maneuvering in this game. And we could infer that they don't have second Cyrus because it would have won them the game last turn.
Something you will. My old blankie for my birthday.
Found a blankie.
It's my blankie. My blankie. Look, it's the big fat guy.
Okay, there's another Irida for them, but
Fat guy.
that still only gets them to 100.
No, here you go, fat guy.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go ahead to Irida. I guess in theory they could still have a copy of they could have a copy of Giovanni or Red, so we'll play around that. They haven't had an opportunity for that to win them the game. No, that does 30 more? Wow, what a tilter. Get hopped, gamers. How, whatever his name is. Brutal. I can't believe they have room for that. They must only be playing one Misty, huh? Nah, House sucks shit. Ain't ever playing that card. Ain't nobody got room for that. We could maybe play one over a cape. I'd have to give up a cape, and I think giving up a cape is wrong. 30's a big damage boost, though. Very, very big damage boost. They didn't have red, it was worse. All right, I get one more. Yeah, why would I get one more decent one in? Okay, I don't know that I had any bandwidth to play around that one. I think we were just cooked. What's Jeff been enjoying playing that set? You can always answer that question for yourself by checking out the Hoaglandia Pocket YouTube channel. Lots of great daily uploads of things I've been enjoying over there. Have you tried Suicun Blastoise yet? I think Suicun Blastoise is unfortunately just a worse version of this deck. You're just never reasonably attaching 5 energy to a Blastoise without accelerating energy onto it. I'm gonna hit the Nihilego here rather than the Giratina, I think. Avoid getting poisoned. Steric, thank you for the 77 months of Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome back. What are your thoughts on this deck? I've liked it so far. like a really good execution of a solid theory craft. If I find the EX off the communication, we don't die to poison plus impact, right? 'Cause it's only 170. Oh, they also need a whole nother turn still, yeah? They need to charge another psychic energy here still. Losing Gyarados is a little sad, I suppose. I love Thoughtseize. I'm glad they put it in the game too. To be fair, Silver is closer to Duress than a Thoughtseize. Ah, yes, Potion. Any other useless cards we'd like to play? Mars! What an appropriate thing to have slammed down after I make that jest. Excellent. Ask and you shall receive. Yep. Could a Suicun Araquan duo work? I think you really need a second good attacker behind Suicun, and Araquan does not constitute a second good attacker. Yeah, I don't think Silver is a good enough card for me to ever actually put it in my deck over another good utility card, but I think it is significantly less bad than a lot of the other disruption cards. I think Silver is markedly better than Mars and Red card to set a low bar. Right, from a pure statistics standpoint, Silver is more likely than Mars and Red card to give you an outcome that you're happy with, and Silver is guaranteed to never improve your opponent's hand, even if it does functionally nothing some amount of the time. Silver's low roll is it did nothing and you learned what their hand was, whereas like Red card and Mars, their failure rate is you actively made your opponent's position better. Today's deck highlight is Primaria Suicun EX, which was an excellent theory craft when Suicun was first spoiled, and in practice it worked out just as well as it did in theory. In particular, Suicun is stellar at helping you assemble your stage 2 Pokemon by drawing you additional cards, and Primaria is a card that when you high roll your rare candy draws, loves going first and doesn't mind going second. This deck list also has a really hefty HP pool between our 140 HP EX basic and then 180 HP follow-up. We combine this with Giant Cape Irida and then occasionally the healing from our baby Primaria as well, which gives us an organic answer to opposing copies of Oricorio, and the deck list really felt like a pretty clean mix. One card that I wasn't sure on that I ultimately ended up not including in here is one copy of How, which give you a little bit of extra punching power on Prismarnia. If you wanted to test that yourself, you probably substituted over either our copy of Irida or Giant Cape, giving up a little bit of sustain for extra burst damage. This particular deck list helped me climb a good chunk through Ultra Ultra 3 on my way back to Master Ball this season. If you enjoy seeing competitive off-meta deck lists like this one tested, make sure you're subscribed to Hoaglandia Pocket on YouTube. Don't miss any of the fantastic things we're going to be showcasing there every single day of the week. And if you enjoyed today's particular build, make sure you smash the like button for the rest of the day. Have fun with this one. All right, that feels like a clean one. We had three really solid decks today. We played some Poliwrath Lucario, we played Altaria Arceus, and then we're closing out on the Suicun Primaria that all felt pretty reasonable. If you're looking for more deck lists that are sweet, off-meta, and competitive, make sure you check out the new decks roundup on the Hoaglandia Pocket YouTube channel this morning. For the last couple hours of the stream today, chat, we are going to be playing some Once Upon a Galaxy, which is a asynchronous drafting game on Android, iOS, and Steam. Can I look at the Poliwrath deck? You should check out the new decks video on the Hoaglandia Pocket YouTube channel. I think one of my best sells for Once Upon a Galaxy, if you haven't seen it before, is that one, it's incredibly addicting and fun. It is one of the games I play the most of off stream these days because the games are pretty bite-sized and it's asynchronous, so I can pause if something comes up with my kids. I need to walk away and finish it later. And then the second is it's not overly monetized. And as someone who plays a lot of Pokemon Pocket and Marvel Snap, I'm really used to very aggressive monetization in my games. And if I'm being honest, I kind of had to look for things to spend money on in Once Upon a Galaxy. They've got a season pass, but other than that, it's not like playing a constructed game because you're a limited game where you're like at a disadvantage because your opponent bought constructed decks and you didn't. So let's get this one loaded up, and we'll walk through some gameplay and show you why I've been playing an absolute ton of this. Pin the links to Once Upon a Galaxy over both of the chats. All right, so there are, you pick a captain at the start of the game that has a different effect. So Hades here doubles my first farewell effect each fight. So what happens when one of my characters dies? Headmaster Wizard says, cast 3 spells to get a random uncommon mage, and then you upgrade this ability to the next rarity, so you eventually get some higher rarity wizards. Let's go ahead and try some wizard headmaster here. So there's 5 spaces on your game board in this game, and you're drafting units from a lineup here. So I get to pick one of these 3, and then I put it on my board. I don't really love any of these on one that's focused on mages. I think I'm going to take the Forgotten Present. Forgotten Present isn't good at helping us win fights early, but its farewell ability here says it gives it slot 1/1, so it gives us bonuses that carry over into the late game. Yeah, the art/IP is well done. It's all like, it's puns on popular things, and then it's just like generic royalty-free fantasy type stuff. When you draft a second copy of a card, it turns silver, and it gets 1/1 larger. And more importantly, when you draft a silver copy of something, it doesn't take your second draft for the turn. So you only get to draft 2 things, but a silver card doesn't take up one of those 2. So I'm going to draft this, making my present a little bit bigger, and then I get another draft here. None of these are lovely. I think we're probably losing the first fight, even if I pick up Laser Shark, because it doesn't have a ton of attack. So I think I'm going to draft Rose here. Rose has a recruit ability that says all the characters in my shop get +1 health. So if I draft her, basically everything that I'm going to be drafting for the rest of the game has an extra hit point. See her power those up. But the egg, you really want to draft the egg on even numbered turns, 2, 4, and 6 to get the most value out of it. So once I do my 2 drafts and I place my things on the board, there's 5 other people in the draft with me. I'm going to click battle, and we're going to battle into somebody else that drafted in the draft. The loser of the battle loses all or part of a heart, depending on how many units their opponent has left. And you just keep going like that, drafting and then positioning and stuff like that, and battling until either you run out of hearts or until everybody else runs out of hearts, and then you win the draft. So like I said, not super surprising that I lost here. My first 2 units didn't have a ton of attack that we drafted, but they're setting us up to be more powerful in the later game. Because my opponent only has 1 unit left after the combat, I lose half a heart as opposed to a full heart. Pix is an interesting one. It is a support card that gives +3 health to the characters in front of her. So if I put Pix here, for example, this would turn into a 2/8, and this would be a 1/4. I don't love her with these low attack things. I think I'm gonna draft Thorn here, who gives all the characters in my shop 1 attack for the rest of the game. And then there's an extra copy of Rose, and now Rose, you can see this is a 3/3 Rose now, because Rose is a 1/1, and then Rose plus Thorn gave all my cards 1/1, and then Silver gets 1 bigger. It actually has some of the same developers that Storybrooke Brawl had, Carl. So yeah, similar vibes to that, if you're familiar. I think I'm going to take the Evil Stepmother. So Evil Stepmother is what's called a quest card. You have to do a particular thing, and then you get a bonus, a treasure that gives you a modifier for your run. So she says, recruit 3 villain cards. So you can see like the Laser Sharks, an animal villain, Despicable Smees, a pirate villain. Now, the way combat in this game works is that your first unit attacks first, then your second, then your third, then your fourth, then your fifth, with the asterisk that if they get knocked out before they can attack, they won't get a chance to, and then your next one will go. Now, the Forgotten Present leaves a slot bonus behind, meaning I can put my Evil Stepmother here, and now she's a 5/4, and I think I'm going to do that. And I'm going to line up my bigger things here in my front row, so they attack sooner. All right, and we won a combat, and when you win a combat and you have a broken heart, you actually heal that heart back, so you kind of a chance recovery catch-up mechanic. Helps you not lose too early. Peter Pan's not bad. Peter Pan gives buffs from my Fae 1 extra health on their buffs for the rest of the game, and he's a 3/6, so it's not a terrible stat line. And then there's Pan Shadow, which has the inverse effect. Buffs from my Fae give 1 extra attack for the rest of the game. And you can see he's glowing purple here like my Evil Stepmother, meaning that's going to work towards triggering her quest. So the way games like this work and the way you get better at them is you work towards having different synergies that lets you draft more powerful things and make your numbers get bigger faster. I'm going to keep moving this Forgotten Present around, so that way it keeps dying in different spots, giving different bonuses to my different slots here. Ooh, that's a tough one. So here, my opponent had 3 cards left at the end of the fight, so I lost a full heart here, which stings a little bit. Yeah, this opponent's captain says every 3 villains you draft, your back row slots get 3/3. So she's a very good aggressive captain. Gives you big stats early to try and end the game quickly. Doesn't always pan out, but it can be good when it works. I'm gonna draft a copy of Pan Shadow, because again, not only does this trigger my Evil Stepmother, but drafting a silver unit doesn't take up one of my 2 drafts for the turn. And then there's Rose. So Rose here normally gives everything in my shop +1 defense, but she's a fairy, and I've drafted Pan Shadow twice, and each time I draft him, buffs from my Fae give 1 extra attack, and we drafted Peter Pan, which gives them 1 extra health. So I'm going to draft Rose here, and then everything in my shop is going to get +2/+3 for the rest of the game. When I gold a character, it uses up my draft for the turn, but I get to select a treasure. So I get to pick here. Your first slot has 5 health. Whenever you cast a spell, get 1 attack. I probably want the one that gives me bonuses on spells, because my captain encourages me to get cast some spells. And this is kind of perfect, honestly. So this is a villain, so it'll finish the Evil Stepmother's quest, and it rewards me for casting spells. Spells I didn't talk about yet. So there's extra slot here at the top of the board now, where there's a spell that gives you a one-time effect, typically. Put her over the Stepmother. The Stepmother's quest finishes. Give 4 attack to the first unit you're creating. Yeah, that seems pretty decent. So Morgan is one of the best uncommons in the game, in my opinion. She has a mechanic called Ranged. That means when she attacks, she doesn't take damage back. She only takes damage when she gets attacked directly. Quite a strong combo. And so this one here is actually why I've been prioritizing sliding my Forgotten Present around. So the Ship Shape Inspector says, quest if all of your slots are buffed. So I'm going to draft this one, and then if the Forgotten Present can manage to die in this slot here, we'll get to finish this quest. Or I could just cast Presence of Gaia, which is a spell that gives a slot 2/2, which will then finish the Shipshape Inspector for me. So let's do that. And you can see I cast a spell, which triggered the Wand of Anger, which means that all my cards got +1 attack. So you kind of see all the synergies coming together in this draft. Energizer is quite good for us here, I think. Your treasure buffs give an additional 2/2. So that's going to take my Wand of Anger and make it so every time I cast a spell, my entire board gets 3/2 instead of just one attack. And it's going to give my first unit each turn +6 attack and +2 defense. So I'd love to grab Energizer here. And we can see those differences visually appear here once I add Energizer to my list of treasures. This person has 3 hearts, meaning they haven't lost a fight yet. So probably in for a little bit of a tough one. Okay, we didn't beat them, but we also didn't lose them. Nobody loses any hearts. We take those. Punching bag. Whenever I survive damage, get 2/2. I think I just want to copy a Navi. She's kind of big. Although Fairy Dragon's not bad. Support, I give 3/2 and Treasure Hoard to the things in front of me. I'm gonna do that, actually. Let's draft this over this, and I'm gonna position this here. And you can see the support gives it to the 2 spots in front of them. So you can see Morgan gets bigger when I slide this in behind her. And then Fairy Godmother is another card that pays us off from these Pan Shadow buffs we had earlier. Every turn, she's gonna give everything on my board +3, +2. Normally, she only gives +1, +1, but we've been collecting those things that make our Fae buffs bigger. Morgan also a card that's benefited from those, because she's a Fae as well. Oh gosh. Okay, well, 10 million Fireflies here says when you recruit me or another fairy, give your Fae everywhere +5, +4. So I'm gonna draft this, and my whole board's gonna get bigger. And then we have Sparkles here that says each fight give your characters 5/1. So I think we're gonna draft that one too. So we have a whole board full of fairies here now. Let's see if it's gonna be enough to get us through. They're all kind of scaling now, so you see the whole thing kind of coming together for us here. And we clean. We're down to 1 heart, but we have our synergies going now. None of these are super exciting. I really don't want to transfer any of my characters. I kind of like them all. I think I'm just going to draft the Scarecrow. Because when there's nothing up here that's good for you, you want to draft a higher rarity card. Because if you eventually draft into extra copies of it, it gives you a higher rarity treasure. So this makes buffs for my spells get bigger for the rest of the turn. But this one could eventually get me an extra heart. It's kind of close. I kind of like buffs for my spells. Because my wizard... I actually haven't used my Captain at all, really, this game. We might want to cast some spells if that opportunity presents itself. So this is that person that hadn't lost earlier in the game that we tied with, and you can see here, they had a good setup early, but our numbers are scaling now as we get into this mid-game, and our numbers are bigger than theirs. So we'll draft this Fairy Godmother, which triggers the 10 million Fireflies to make our whole board bigger. And then honestly, I'm just gonna draft, this is close. The Puck would trigger the 10 million Fireflies and give my board 5/4. But the Evil Stepmother just is a free draft. Lets me re-roll what's in the shop. I think that might actually be better. None of these are very exciting. I think I'm going to draft the Shrink Tea, because it shrinks one of my enemies to 1 health, and it counts as casting a spell, meaning the Wand of Anger is going to power up my board. It also triggers Morgan Le Fay. Hey, and there's a Morgan Le Fay. She's a silver, which triggers the 10 million Fireflies. Mixo Macho. None of these are very exciting. I think I'm just drafting the Mixo Macho, not because I think it's likely to be very good, but mostly because I just want to cast another spell, which makes my whole board bigger. It also triggers this. This mage is doing. There's a good chance our captain's just going to kind of do nothing this game, the way we've kind of set things up now. You can see Morgan with her massive attack and not taking a hit back is really good, although... we cooked here, gamers? We might be cooked. Okay, so they beat us, but they only had 2 units left, so we lose half a heart. There's a 10 million Fireflies that also makes us bigger while triggering everything else. Doubles one of my slot bonuses. So Oh, it gives it 5-4 and then doubles it. Yeah, maybe I do that here. So this slot bonus in the back is bigger, so I get more from the double, but having points on Morgan has a lot of value. And there's a really good one. So this one says, each fight, give the characters in front of me plus 22 attack and plus 1 defense. So I think I'm going to give up Fairy Godmother at this point. Or do I give up this one? I don't have that many treasures. I'm gonna keep the Fairy Godmother, because she's +3/+3 every turn. Ah, so close. That was a top 3 finish. Cool. So we finished 3rd out of 6 in this draft. When you finish in the top 3, you get a card for your captain's deck. That was all right. I'm not surprised that we only finished 3rd. Like, we had some synergies that came together at the end here, but we didn't have anything big crazy going on. You're not playing Shadowverse Worlds Beyond anymore. Their game balance just leaves a lot to be desired, so I'm waiting to see what their tournament results are for their first set, but I really just can't spend more time playing against the Climb Rune deck. It's one of the most frustrating decks in a card game I've ever played. All right, so we're gonna do another draft here in a minute, but I need to tap the ads on Twitch, that way they don't happen over the top of gameplay. Appreciate everybody hanging out for some Once Upon a Galaxy. There's a ton of us chatting about this and playing this one in the Subs Discord server. You want an easy way to support my stuff, check them out on Android, iOS, or Steam using the links pinned above the chat. Shout out to them for sponsoring our content for the last little bit and for making a game I'm hopelessly addicted to. All right, what are our captains here? I don't mind Karen. I think this is a toys deck. Yeah, toys could be fun. Maybe I'll play some of this. Your first character has Farewell, get 1/1, and then when you replace a golden character, this buff improves. You get a bonus shop when you level up. We'll play Karen here in a minute. I bought the premium pass to unlock Hannibal, but he's not appeared as one of my draft options yet, so I haven't played any games with him. That's definitely one thing I think they should improve. I think after you buy a captain, whether it's for gems in the shop or for the premium pass, they should like guarantee it shows up in your next draft or two. This game might get me back into streaming. It's a super fun one. First character is Farewell, get 1/1. So we're going to look for some toy synergies with this draft, I think. So we're going to grab the Jack in the Box. Whenever I have a starting draft like this, where I'm like 1 power thing and then there's another 1 power thing, I always prioritize taking the one that's going to power me up later, because I think even if I draft one of the other slightly bigger ones here, we're still going to lose. Half a heart, busted bot, yep, some toy synergy, forgotten present. I got a bunch of good toys early here. Mech Man is lovely. Give a slot 2/2. Yeah, I'm gonna power at Mech Man slot here. So all of our front things. So the toys give you prizes when they're broken. So when this dies, it gives us a random toy. When this dies, it gives us a 2/2. When this dies, it gives us a 1/1. It's almost kind of like a Reanimator style synergy, so to speak. Easy cleanup there. None of these are particularly exciting. I guess I'll take Hungry Hyena, because it's like marginally better than Thorn, and it can start powering up my slots in the back. And then the support cards are super powerful with these toys, because she gives the slots in front of her 5 attack. So she'll give the bonus to these, and then she'll give the bonus to the things they leave behind yet again. So you gotta get to double up on the effects that they have. Oh, literally one attack short here. Put my mare here. We're gonna be getting rid of this at some point, but there's really nothing else better to do. We'll draft the Tin Man off to the side. Hey, Jeff, I want to say I love this game. It's fast-paced and fun. Absolutely agree. Just, you know, my only advice if you're gonna pick this game up is watch your sleep schedule, gamers. It's very easy to just one more very deep into the night. After 6 of your animals are KO'd, give each of your slots 1/1 and then improve this ability by 1. That is scaling very quickly. I think I want a gold mech man over a pumpkin spice latte. That's close though. Party Pinata is so good here. Holy. I think I'm actually gonna put the mech man in the back because he's now summoning 2 toys when he dies, and I want to make sure I have 2 slots on my board open when he dies. Can you access the cards you draft off to the side at a later time? Kinda. So if they come back up as like a second copy, you can get like a silver or gold version of them. So they technically still exist for you. If that makes sense. So like I'm gonna draft Sunflary here over this one, and that one that I just got rid of could still come back up as a silver later. Do you have any favorite heroes? I really like the spellcasting payoff ones. You can see our toys absolutely high rolling here, so they were really far ahead of us, but then our gold one in the back there, he came online and made us let us come through. Party Pinata here is letting us scale here too, says gives our toys everywhere 2/2, which includes the things that all of these other ones are making, which is really powerful long term. I would love an extra Party Pinata. We got the Sunflary too, lovely. And I think I'll take Huff and Puff at this point. None of these ones up here are super exciting. Our other big toy payoffs at this point are, I would really like a copy of Chip on a Ship or the Monkeys at some point. What's the name of the captain that makes all animal types? Oh, Princess Animal. Yeah, she's super fun too. And there's Chip on a Ship. This is the most powerful toy payoff in the game. Each fight, I break your toys that are in front of me, and then when he dies, he resummons them. So what I can do here now is I can put Chip on a Ship here, and then I'm going to put these 2 in front of him, and then Chip's going to break the Pinata and give all my toys 2/2 permanently, and then he's going to break the Mech Man, and Mech Man's going to refill these 2 slots, and then when Chip dies, if my opponent makes it that far, he's going to resummon copies of both of these, which then will summon 2 things yet again. Just big Yo Dog energy. The toys have some of the most unassuming stat lines in this game, because like you'll see the numbers your opponent has on the board, it's like those aren't that big, and then they just start summoning again and again and again and again and again, and you're like, oh god. All right, so Pick a Peck of Peppers makes this bigger and then gives me all toys in my next one. And there's the big payoff. So this one makes you super unassuming. Sorcerer's Mop says, when you summon another character, give it my attack and health. So I want to put the Toy Mop in this slot here that gives +7/+2. And now everything I summon gets 24/18. You see how my board just kept opening up there again and again? Like we looked really far behind, and then Chip broke, and then that broke, and then it went from there. And now our draft is fully together here. Beansy, thank you for the 73 months. I appreciate the 6 years. Welcome, over 6 years. Welcome back. As much as I would love... Gosh, that's close. So this is a mage toy. So if I Eureka, I get a new shop, and then all my summons get +7/7. I think that might actually be better than golding the Pinata. It's close, though. I guess making this bigger is really appealing. Brick Monster gets 6/6 for each toy you've recruited this game. And when you have 100 plus stats... Okay, so I'm going to... So... Oh, and Eureka here again. Cool. And then I can summon this as a toy, which will put this over 100, and then this will give me a treasure next turn. So this draft looks like we're heading towards a win here. So the higher the rarity treasure you get. Your characters have Farewell, give characters with less attack than be 6/6. Oh my goodness. This means when Chip kills these, this is gonna get bigger. Holy. That is such an insane synergy for us. Oh, and this is perfect here too. True Love's Kiss transforms a character into one rarity higher. So there's actually, this is the highest your shop will go, but there's a secret rare above it. So let's secret rare this. Shadow says, Farewell, summon your last character that was KO'd in this fight and give it 10/10. Yep, so that's more resummoning in front of us here. So Chip's gonna break these, and then the mop gets bigger. And then he summoned the Mech Man. Oh yeah, we are absolutely taking first. They are so cooked. No, we're done already! I think that's literally my only complaint about this game. I really need some type of way that lets me sit here and continue scaling my numbers to infinity. It's just like, it all finally came together. And then we're done. Why did I get a bunch of cards and captains earlier today? Well, I think some of the premium captains become free each month with the new season. Is this an alt account? No, the season restarted, Beansy. So the ranked ladder dropped back down. So I was at the tippy top with a very... Oh, does your MMR reset season to season 2? Because it doesn't show my MMR anymore either. Yeah, new month, new season. Zargus became free today. Okay, that makes sense. All right, I want to do like 1 or 2 more async drafts, and then we'll let's do 1 more async draft, and then we'll do a viewer lobby or 2. So the normal drafting is asynchronous, meaning there's no timer, but there's the option to do real-time drafts with your friends or people watching on stream. So ooh, Hannibal's the new one. After 6 of your animals are KO'd, give each of your slots 1/1, and then improve this ability by 1. That sounds fun. We've got lots of animals in there. Oh, Barrel of Monkeys is really funny with him. Okay, so I just want to prioritize drafting a bunch of animals so that way I can have animals die. This captain skips their first draft, so we get a freebie here. Thanks, I accept. Does anyone know how long players' ghost drafts are in the pool? I was told it's within the last few days typically, but I'd also assume it depends on how many people are playing. You can see Hannibal counting down there. We need 3 more things to die to buff up our board. Take the guaranteed animal or take the free draft. I think I'll take the free draft. This is a lovely animal synergy. Each turn, all of my animal slots get +1 health permanently. Then we'll draft a Mentor here over the Flying Monkey. Okay, and Hannibal triggered, so all my slots are bigger now permanently. I I think I'm just getting down to all animals at this point, just so I can maximize how many things are dying each turn. I don't want to replace the animal with a forgotten present, but I am going to draft this so I get a treasure. Got your first place! Nice, Merced. Your first slot is 5 health. Give 4 attack to the first thing I recruit. My buffs from spells give additional 2. I'm not going to be spellcasting too much. I think we'll just give 4 attack to the first thing we recruit each turn. None of these are super exciting. I'm going to roll You Meet in a Tavern here. And we got a Frog Prince. Lovely. Would really love a Mama Bear at this point. Would allow us to supercharge our... So this gives your pirates +3/+3 on their slots. I don't have any pirates, wouldn't have any pirates on this, but there are some other animal pirates. Phil's pretty good and cheesy though. So Phil's a pretty unique card. So Phil says, farewell, if I haven't attacked this fight, summon a copy of me. You always want to put Phil in your 3rd slot. And the reason for this is relatively straightforward. Your units attack from here to here in order. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But your opponent's things and your things attack the front row at random. So putting Phil in the 3rd slot means he's most likely to get attacked before he actually gets his attack in. So meaning you're most likely to trigger his farewell. I don't love any of these. I'm just going to draft Achilles into the bin because it gives me a rare unit here, the rarity diamond in the center, to get a better treasure later, potentially. When our second animal dies here, we're going to get to go ahead and make all of our slots bigger from Hannibal. So now, once 6 more die, all of our slots will get 3/3. None of these are bigger than what we're doing. We'll just take Twinkle Twinkle here to give our next thing we recruit 4/4. Fey Familiar. That's a payoff for... That's a payoff for casting spells occasionally, which would be nice. So one thing you see me doing, you see me keep lifting units up. The reason why I'm doing this is I'm checking how big they are without their slot bonuses, because like this is really only an 8/5 and this is really only a 7/4. So I'm gonna put Fey Familiar here because it's bigger than both of these basically. That's one interface thing they need to figure out how to do cleanly, is let you see what the slot versus organic is without having to constantly pick them up and look at it. Seems like it's probably tough to do succinctly with the space that they have, would be my guess. And Phil triggering Hannibal so much is great. Hey, there's a lovely one. Every time it hunts, meaning it attacks and gets a knockout, it gets +6/+6 permanently. I put that up front here, and there's the Mama Bear. Gives all your animal slots 2/2 each turn. This is the best mid-game animal payoff. I think we just replaced Baby Bear here with it. Instead of getting 1 defense, we get 2/2 everywhere. Abracadabra gives me a bonus shop of all spells. None of these are super exciting, so we'll just go ahead and do that. It makes her a little bigger. Silver Moon. Turn a bronze character silver and give it 1/1. Yeah, that seems fine. Bronze the Mama Bear. 2 Blind Mice gets double the buffs, so this slot is +8/+12. It'll be double that on the mice. Gosh, Phil with Hannibal seems silly. He's such a just constant flow of your animals are dying triggers. This thing's up to giving 5/5. Puss in Boots is a free draft. However, I might want Scar. Hunt gets 4/4, makes your villains bigger. That's probably not very good. I was gonna take the free draft. There is a phenomenal payoff. Every time one of our animals attacks, give all of your animals 5/5. Really good legendary animal payoff there. That's a curious one. So Your characters have farewell, give their slot 4/4. I think that's worse than Mama Bear at this point, just because she's impacting herself and she gets impacted by Guardian of the Grove. It's close though. There's another wonderful payoff for us. So Mockingbird, summon a random animal and give it 6/6 for each of your animals that died this fight. Honestly, I might pull Mama Bear at this point. Although she's good scaling, I guess. Like, Two Blind Mice is good with Guardian of the Grove. I think I'm gonna grab Mockingbird, because Mockingbird is also good with Hannibal as well here. Do I put Two Blind Mice in the back just so it's more likely to collect bonuses from Guardian? I think so. We can move it up front once it's bigger. Lesser Mimic. I transform it to copy the next treasure you discover. So this will turn a common one into a higher rarity one later, which is nice. That was close. If we would have had better fill variants, we would have won that one. I'm gonna go ahead and silver the Guardian of the Grove. Would love to get that one to gold. We'll draft a silver Frankenstein's Doctor. Angel, thank you for the 3rd of the year. It's been a little bit since I subbed, but I want to encourage the Galaxy play. I've been having a ton of fun with this one. So they've been sponsoring me for 2 hours a week. Technically, we've been playing like 5 to 10. I agree. It's such a fun mixture of things. Anybody else find it a little weird that Phil doesn't have his farewell double when he hits gold? I guess that would probably be too good. One of your farewell characters is KO'd. Give the rest of your team 2/2. Yeah, I think that sounds good. It's good with Two Blind Mice too, right? Veldune! Thank you for the over 6 years. Welcome back. Hey, look, Phil died, then everything got bigger, and Phil died, and then everything got bigger, and Mockingbird died, and everything got bigger, and then Phil died, and everything got bigger! Yes, we are playing against a Hoaglandian right now. We are popping this afternoon. There's our Guardian of the Grove. All of our animals will get 10/10 every time an animal attacks. I love Hand of Midas. Hand of Midas is cracked. It makes a random character in your shop golden each turn, which means you get a guaranteed treasure each turn. It's so strong. So I don't want this Sorcerer's Mop, but it just like gives me another thing. One of your characters is KO'd. Give all your other characters 3/3. Yep. Look at the rat screw in the back. Okay, so this is confirmed nuts with Hannibal, right? Fill your board with 1/1 monkeys and then they all die. So I think at this point I cut Annie Bunny and we put this in the back and we'll put the Two Blind Mice up front. And then this is gonna die and make us a bunch of stuff. Long John Silver is lovely here. He silvers all of these. They're actually just not even gonna make it through to my barrel of monkeys in the back, are they? No, they're actually just so cooked. Can I get here? Making something gold is kind of appealing. Would I rather Mockingbird be making 2 things? I think I would. I think I'm gonna make Mockingbird summon 2 things rather than get a treasure. Man, I feel bad for people that have to queue into these drafts in our next couple. Those were super solid. All right, gamers, we're gonna do some live lobbies. So if you want a chance to play with me, a code's gonna go up on the screen. I need to run and fill my drink up. I'm gonna tap an ad roll while that goes, and then the first 5 people to jump in with the code will be the ones we play with. We're gonna do 2 or 3 lobbies before we're done today. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. There's a game code. BRB. Yeah, and it's probably like a long-term ask, but I feel like for people that really want to have fun and scale their builds, after you finish a draft, it should like you win it, your draft is still scaling. If there was an option where they could like grab other people's drafts that also lasted that long and like build you a new lobby against other runs that are explicitly killer, it's just so you could watch them scale. I think that would be fun. I think it would be fun to have an option where you watch your numbers get extra large. Say it. Yeah, a champion mode where you play against other winners. Yeah, that would be a great way to call it. Some other games do that. That makes sense. Someone asked me my favorite things to draft. I really love these ones that give you lots of spells. Let's draft Calypso here, or Professor Who's here. Sorry. What does the deck do? I free to play for like 10 hours. Oh, we didn't actually talk about that today. So every character has a starting deck, and your starting deck, your deck in general has cards in it that can appear in your draft. And every character has a starting deck, and then as you play in the regular mode, you unlock cards to eventually be able to customize that and skew your draft in different directions. Jackson, are they here? I don't think we've ever gotten griefed in a viewer lobby before, but there's no timers, so I guess we have to remake if we're here. We have an evil stepmommy. Evil stepmommy into no villains is sad. I want to put Puss in Boots in my first slot because it has a hunt ability, so if we get first attack, I want that to be able to pop off. So think of the drafting or the decks in this game as you're like bringing an extra booster pack for just you to the draft, to a draft you're doing. So there's a shared pool of cards that every character has, and then there's also a special one for just you. Yeah, so different captains have completely different starter decks. So some of the starters are more animal focused, and animals is probably one of the better archetypes in just the general draft pool. You can kind of end up in animals while drafting anything. I'm gonna grab Despicable Shmee here. It makes my pirates better, which includes this, and then it's also a villain for the Step Mommy. Hey, look at that. A treasure early is lovely. Your first slot has 5 attack, or your characters have 2 health. I think I'll take 2 health with Shmee here. So my captain says, get a bonus shop of spells every other turn now. I love Presence of Gaia, because most of the rest of these are spells that impact characters already on the board, whereas Presence of Gaia gives me a slot bonus, which is lasting long term. I also like giving my back slots a slot bonus because there's a support card in the general drafting pool that says share the slot bonus in your back slot. So powering up your back slots proactively is nice. I'm gonna take a Magic Acorn speculatively here. Looking for a support card. So Prince Charming's a very big risk to reward card. He breaks your heart when you draft him, but if you win a fight, you get to go ahead and heal that broken heart back. So basically when I'm drafting these, I'm betting on myself that I'm going to win these upcoming fights, essentially. And I'm pretty awesome, chat. I always bet on me. Don't love any of these. I guess we'll Silver Moon the Katamari. The Katamari has all character types, so it gets like the pirate bonus here from Despicable Shmee. Our draft's going okay so far. I don't have a clear big scaling direction that I'm building in as of yet, but I've got okay statted units for the mid game here. I think we're gonna not get punished for taking the Prince Charming at a minimum, which is nice. Bonus shop of all spells. I would love to transform one of my characters into one rarity higher. Let's turn the Katamari. Navi's okay. We can get extra one. Lost in the Woods gives me a bonus shop. I don't love any of the units up here, so we'll take a reroll. Despicable Shmee is a silver, so that's a free reroll. How do I feel about Fairy Godmother? Fairy Dragon's not bad. So Fairy Dragon gives all the characters in front of him 1/1 in Treasure Hoard, meaning they get an extra 1/1 for each artifact or treasure I have. And this treasure gives my supports to everything in front. So if I put Fairy Dragon here, everything in front of him gets 1/1, and in Treasure Hoard, so I'll get 3/3. And I think I'm actually gonna take Jill Sunshine here too, because she gives everything in front of her 5 attack. Pretty decent noon bars here for the early game. Silver Moon. I think we'll silver up the Fairy Dragon. I don't have that many animals for Mama Bear. I could down Kim the Rain and give all our front slots bigger. None of these other ones are very exciting. I think we just do that because it gives me stats now that translate to later. Originator has not lost a fight yet either. This is that good early captain we talked about earlier. Every 3 villains you pick, your back slots get 3/3. So their big units are back units are probably very large here, I would wager. So we're between 6/6 and 9/9 by this point in the game. Oh, we were so close. True Love's Kiss. Do I just keep kissing this one? I think so. Wicked Witch is so good! And hey, look, this is that payoff I played to earlier. So Boon Willow gives my back slots +2/+2, and then she shares her slot bonus with things in front of her. So she's gonna give this slot 4/4, and then when I slide her here, everything gets a little bit bigger. And then Fire of Ares, give a slot +6 attack. So I do that here, and now everything gets 6 attack. Wicked Witch is super strong. So ranged, meaning when she attacks, she doesn't take damage back, and everything next to the unit that she hits gets their health set to 1. So she just shreds through your opponent's front line. This is a card that's good as we go on here. If you're playing in our current lobby, whenever we get done, I would just ask that you please don't queue up for the lobby we're going to do after that. Give other folks a chance to play. If you didn't get a chance to queue into this one, we're hopefully going to be playing for a little bit more because we're doing well, but I will be playing again after this. I don't love any of these. It's Frankenstein's okay. Whenever any character is KO'd, he gets 2/2. That's a fun one. Whenever you cast a spell directly on me, you get a treasure. This is a good spell casting payoff. Jace's captain is fancy because he paid more money. Actually, no, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure this border means that he's played a single captain enough to collect every card in its custom deck. So Jace is a whale, but they do also play a lot. Yeah. And you actually can't spend money to buy extra cards past the starter decks and things. That's a 100% earned thing. Oh wow, yeah, Jace is looking pretty strong. True Love's Kiss. I think I'm gonna roll Frankenstein up with the True Love's Kiss, because he's not super synergistic with our current draft. Guardian of the Grove, not exactly synergistic either. Hopefully we find another True Love's Kiss to roll him up to secret rare here. Get 6/6 for each mage you've recruited this game. Is that good enough? Do I give up the Fairy Dragon? The Fairy Dragon's giving everything in front of me 5/5. Might be good. I take a redraw and Jill Sunshine here. Give your characters 1/1. If we win the next fight, give them an extra 1. Okie dokie. Ranged units sniping us out. Close. Pick some peppers. Okay. Prospero's getting a little bit bigger. Lovely. Gold of the Wicked Witch. Whenever you cast a spell on a mage, cast it again on another random mage. Don't mind if I does. That's gonna make our, oh wait, this is the mage. I want a True Love's Kiss this Guardian if we can find one. These are our mages. So if when we cast an Iron Cast Dragon, we'll also get to cast it on something else here too, which is nice. All right, there are 5 of us left. We're not doing incredible in this draft, but I also wouldn't say we're doing poorly either. Jackson's toy draft here is coming together pretty solidly. Only losing half a heart here is good for us. So they have Gloves of Thieving. That's a very scary one. I get a free spell, Blessing of Athena, give a slot 6 life. So this is a little thing, but I want to move the Iron Cast Dragon to this bottom slot before I Blessings of Athena it, because the Boon Willow shares slot bonuses, and I want to make sure I cast this spell on a mage, so that way Loki's Scepter copies it, and I get a free treasure from the Iron Cast Dragon. Wow! Potion of Treasure Finding is huge. This says your quests give 1 rarity higher, so if we can get this to 100, I'm gonna get a secret rare treasure. Should be big game. That makes our buffs from spells get bigger here too. Oh, are we cooked? We might be cooked. Oh yeah, we are super cooked. Jay says Blackbeard online. We're playing for second at best. Oh, I'm gonna draft Long John Silver. I'm gonna Boon Willow. Discover a treasure, keep it extra on. Well, if we could live to get to that, that would be nice, but I don't know how well we're lined up into Jackson and Originator, but Jace is gunning for first here. All right, Jace eliminated someone else, so we're getting at least fourth here. Hopefully Jace eliminates Jackson, and then we can be top 3. This game has PvP. This game is only PvP, so the regular play button is not real-time PvP. You are playing against drafts that other people did, so you're not like waiting for timers and stuff. And then currently we're doing a live lobby, so you can play with friends or other folks that you know by sharing a code, and then it is real time, but then you have to wait for people to take their game actions. So we do real time lobbies for fun on stream. Usually I do an hour of showcasing the regular async and then an hour of playing with folks in the community. My off-stream time is all the async. It's super convenient as an adult gamer, especially one with small children. Need to walk away for a minute or even an hour. I can come back to it later. All right, we won that fight. Man, I really just need to get this guy. I really need to get this guy above 100. In a bonus shop of all spells, I think I would really like to hit a Eureka. I would really like to hit a Eureka. Eureka would let me get a bunch of extra shops. I think I'm gonna put Treasure Hoard on this and hopefully land it on here. Using those 50/50s. Berry Dragon. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll take the treasures. Two treasures here. When you cast your second spell on a turn, get a bonus shop. Yep, that's great if we can live to have it happen. I don't have pirates or things that are summoning, so. Greed. Come on, go on him. And then I get a bonus shop here. I think I'm just gonna Lost in the Woods. That's a Eureka. Okay, so this one gives me a new shop. When you cast a spell on a mage, casting it another random mage. We've hit this as the other random mage like 6 times in a row, and I'm so annoyed. So the problem here is I'm queuing into Jace's evil twin. So we hit the gold and the 100 points on this, but I think we lose the fight and don't actually get to pick super rare treasures. I'm so sad. What's an evil twin? So there's only 3 people left in the draft. So it gives you a clone of someone else's cards in the draft, but they're still playing against someone else because it doesn't let you skip around basically. So I think that's 3rd place for us, unless Jace also beat the other person, in which case we tie for second. Second place. Coolio. So Jace killed both of us on the same turn, so. We tied for second and Jace took first, which is exactly what we said we're having. We queued into Jace's draft on like turn like 11 or 12. We're like, okay, well, we're playing for second, so happy with that. All right, let's queue it again. If you got in that last one, please give other folks a chance to join, because fastest fingers is the most convenient. So there's a game code up top. Blackbeard is a very strong scaling one, yes. Oh, well, we should totally Hannibal these nerds, right? This felt really good last time. Does the custom deck have all the cards from the default deck in it? There was like one in here that I didn't love. I do like Hercules. Oh, that is an animal. That's funny. We did one Hannibal draft. We did one Hannibal draft in the regular racing today. Our deck's the pool of cards the draft pull from, kind of. So think of your deck as one booster pack that only you have access to in the draft party. So there's a very large pool of shared cards that everybody sees, and then there's a draft, and then there's your deck that adds to it on top of it. So it kind of like your draft, the cards you put in your deck can kind of supplement archetypes that you want to draft towards. That's the best way to put it. We're prioritizing drafting animals here because Hannibal says after 6 of your animals are KO'd, give each of your slots 1/1, and then this ability gets 1/1 bigger. The first time you get 1/1, and then 2/2, etc. Ooh, the Cowardly Lion. He's good early. He needs to survive hits for you. The Pied Piper. Look at all these early silvers. Oh, and then Baby Bear is lovely. Give all of our slots 1/1 or 1 toughness every single turn. This is a pirate captain. You attack with 5 pirates, get a bonus shot. I do really like that this game doesn't have any duplicated captains game to game as well, which is sweet. So you can know you're gonna be against all people who are different. I'm about to walk a clean 12 hours in Shibuya. What's going on, Jace? Hope your trip is swell. Let's give the mysterious egg a spoonful of sugar here. I would love to gold the Pied Piper. Your finest treasures, please. Heroes, 4 health to the first thing you recruit each turn. I'm really not casting spells this build, so I guess we'll take Warren Shield. I would love a hyena. So hyena gives all of my slots 1 attack each turn that have animals in it. So between baby and that, we'll give everything 1/1. Between that and Hannibal. Now we're kind of getting to a point where we might have to give up on the lion. We'll see. Queen of Hearts is not super exciting here. Characters in front of me have Hunt 4/4 quest. I successfully see you hunt 4 times. Huh. I think I'm taking this, and then we're gonna put Queen of Hearts in front of us. She can hopefully hunt it up. 2 Blind Mice is pretty good, but I don't have any big bonuses on anything just yet. I don't love any of these. I want to draft 2 Blind Mice now, so that way when I see them again, they can be silver for me, I think. We'd really love the animal that gives my slots 2/2 each turn for the animals in them. I feel like we're a little bit shaky with our draft at the moment, but our Hannibal's also going to start scaling too. One more animal knockout, and then he's going to go ahead and give everything 2/2, which can help. Hopefully our next opponent or two is going to have something small enough to let the Cowardly Lion survive damage so we can pick a treasure off of him. Yeah, a lot of smaller things here, so hopefully Lion's about to get hit. Nice, perfect. Now once he gets hit, we grab the treasure, and then we'll probably subbing him out for the next reasonable animal we find. One of your choices KO'd, give it slot 1/1. Next time you discover a treasure, keep all 3. Alright, so our next treasure needs to be a big one. Alright, and there's a Phil. Phil seems nuts with this, what's it called? I think I'm drafting Fey Familiar up to here. I really probably want to replace Queen of Hearts with another animal, but she's just our only big numbers at the moment. Oh, and I get to get all 3 of the treasures from here. So I get an extra captain. Whenever I discover a treasure in the future, I get an extra one. And whenever I recruit a dragon, I get a common treasure. Those are okay, but we get all 3 of them, and they combine together to be decent. Get 2 copies of every common treasure you collect. Your villains get 1/1. When you cast a spell on a character, cast it on 2 random ones instead. Yeah, that sounds fine. I installed this game 5 days ago, and now I have 19 hours into it. Thanks, Jeff. I'm not sorry. It's lovely. Let's get the Stamping Hydra going. That sounds great. The next treasure you discover is a higher rarity. Yep. Wanda shielding. Ooh, this person has the 4th extra heart, and they have yet to lose any fights, and they are going to completely cook us here. I won't say we're necessarily playing for second yet, because it's still really early, but that is a very strong draft from them. I'm going to draft the Ship Shape Inspector, because it gives us its treasure right away, which then I get 2 of these. Golden slots get 5/5. Pirates have Hunt 10/10. Farewell abilities are also Hunt abilities. Well, that's insane with Snapping Hydra. Black Pearl does actual nothing for me. This one doesn't do anything yet, but it might later. Fingers crossed we live to get there. Well, this is another person that hasn't lost yet. All right, we only took half a heart loss there. Bad fill variance for us. Hydra is starting to pop, which is nice. Queen of Hearts. I would love to replace that one with that, and then I get 2 of these. Hunt. When you hunt, give your characters 3/3. Yep. Clearly, we should put Phil in the first slot because he hunts down. It's true, you know. All right, if we could beat Code DB here, we'll heal a heart back. And our Hydra is getting quite large at this point. All right, we're top 3. Sneak, hunt, give my slot 25/25. I think we're replacing the hyena at this point. And then we're going to put Goldilocks back here so she gets the Rat King bonus too. Yeah, sneak means you attack their back line. Between that and the Snapping Hydra. We're going against Dietrich's though here, who is completely undefeated at this point. Oh my goodness. We needed slightly better fill variants, chat. With better attacking variants, we could at least get a tie here. That was really close. Got third? All right. Another? Let's do another. Again, if you got into either of the first 2, please give other folks a chance to draft with us. Appreciate folks that are hanging out for some Once Upon a Galaxy. If you're one of my regulars, drop it in. I haven't seen this before. It's a super fun drafting game on Android, iOS, and PC. It's got cross-play support. I've been playing a ton of this off stream. Shout out to them for sponsoring the content lately. It's super fun. Oh, Goldie died before the Hannibal pop too, yeah. Yeah, that last one was a lot of bad beats. Princess Animal is one of my favorite captains to draft. She says all of your animals are all character types, which leads into some insane combos in drafting. One of my favorite captains to play. No hero or villain quest character in our first two shops there is sad. No, you don't. This game doesn't matter if you're in the lobby or not. We're all gonna see your stuff anyways. And you hearing me talk through what I'm drafting in the turn doesn't meaningfully change anything. Which is another upside to this game. I don't have to give two shits about people ghosting. Another animal. Daughter of Athena is nice. Because all of our animals are heroes. Okay, join. We're gonna do one more community draft after this one is done. Usually they take like 15 to 20 minutes or so. There'll be a code up on the screen after when we put the next lobby up. Yep, Geppetto is very strong early. I would love to draft the daughter. Pumpkin Spice Latte heals me and gives me a new shop. The Frog Prince counts as a hero because of Princess Animal. And this will finish the daughter's quest, which gives us a treasure. Each turn, give a slot 2/2. I like that one. Are there issues joining from Europe? There are not, no. Fully global. So I'm gonna actually draft Pan Shadow here because all of our animals are fairies, so drafting Pan Shadow means that all of our animal buffs are one attack bigger for the rest of the game, and there's some really good animals that give buffs. So we lose that fight, but we're setting up for the future nicely. And there's a silver Pan Shadow, reward us a little more. Extra animal. Frog Prince is lovely. I think we're gonna kiss. When you cast a spell, give your mages 2/2. Oh, my animals are mages, chat. Would you look at that? And then we'll kiss the shadow here, get a random rare. Oh my goodness. And this gives our pirates hunt, give your slot 5/3, and our animals are pirates, which again, this is just one of the many synergies that Princess Animal has. Yeah, that's a pretty incredible high roll. And then the hyena here. Every turn, all of your animal slots get +3 attack, and we drafted 2 Pan Shadow, and this is a fairy, so it gets bigger from that. So we'll grab the Hungry Hyena here, and then every turn, the Hungry Hyena gives all of my slots 3 attack, because they're all animals. And then when no! That's so rude. We won this fight, but they KO'd my thing that was going to give my slots bonus. So we just lost a ton of scaling because of that 50-50. So mad. I think I'd rather get this going than draft the treasure from Daughter of Athena right now. It's close though. I'd be pretty surprised if Glacian Suicun was good, Musa. It's probably a thing where you could like high roll and be fine, but The Mantike into 2-pointers that are low HP 2-pointers has really felt clunky in my experience. So at this point, my draft has good power early, which is why we're one of the only 2 that hasn't lost a heart yet. But we still need to hit a transition point where we scale into the mid to late game with more stats, which we're not quite doing yet. Is this where I apply for my sword? It is, Roof Toilet. Thanks for hanging out on Hooglandia's roof for the last year. I would love to give you a mod sword to go with that sub-shield. True Love's Kiss. I think I'd rather have a Blackbird. Each fight, give your characters 1/1 and then improve this buff by 1. Yep. All of my characters get 2 attack, and that triggers the Ring of the Magus, giving them all 2/2 as well. And only one uninjured person left. I think we are solidly over the top of Deaver here at this point. Deaver had a strong early draft, but they haven't quite hit a scaling composition yet. And then this is insane. So Pisces here says buffs from Fae give +3/+3 for the rest of the game. And again, all my animals are Fae. So the buffs, so this baby bear is going to give all of my animal slots +5/+4 once I draft Pisces. Oh my goodness, and that's a second Pisces. Remember when I said we needed scaling into the late game? Pisces is the scaling into the late game we need. All right, so every turn, all of my animal slots are getting +8/7 and +9/6. And every time they hunt, they give their slot 14/12. We are the only undefeated left in this draft, chat. We are ready to. Oh my gosh, they're drafting toys, meaning they're gonna let us hunt so much. This lets us scale so hard. I'm waiting. I've got a buff waiting here for Over the Rainbow to buff my next character, so I'm gonna wait. And Curse Ring gives my villains 2/2. All my animals are villains. Don't mind if it does. Anybody is getting bigger every time she hunts too. Our current draft, like, isn't a 10 out of 10, but this is like a solid, like, 7.5, 8 out of 10. We had good early game into decent mid game here. If someone had a really crazy draft, they would go over the top of us, but in a pretty good spot at the moment. I don't think I want to kiss anybody. We'll draft the Magnificent here just because it's the highest rarity one. All hands on deck makes everybody a bit bigger. You can go over the top of this. Yeah, if you check any of my social media, there's definitely ways for your drafts to end up well into the 4 and 5 digits on your characters. Is this hero one of the paid ones? The cosmetic on my character is a paid one. I don't think the actual character is. I don't remember. I bought all the paid ones, and I don't remember exactly which ones are paid. I know the cosmetic. I bought the cosmetic for this one. I would love to silver my other friends. Yeah, if you go through the Once Upon a Galaxy Discord server, or Discord server, there's a ton of big ones. Oh yeah, here's... Someone just posted this one. Hercules especially goes really crazy. 655,000 Hercules, with everything else in the big numbers range as well. He's a big boy. Some of them even start getting into scientific notation on occasion. This is like a good, honest draft that we have set up here. Where we don't have any like crazy non-linear scaling. Our numbers are just getting consistently a little bit larger every single turn. It's gonna be a good, clean, easy first place here because nobody went super far over the top. Double your hunt abilities. Yep. This would have been a fun one to hit earlier. Your mages and pirates get 2/1 every time you cast a spell, and all of our animals are mages and pirates, but it's just too late for that now. Frogpitch making this far makes me wonder why so. Yeah, I mean, he's just like a 46-40. Like, if I hit, a lot of our bonuses are slot bonuses. Like, look at, you see the slot bonuses? A lot of these aren't actually that large. It's just we have massive slot bonuses from Baby Bear, Hungry Hyena, and Parrot, but I just haven't found like a legendary payoff, right? Yeah, if we hit one of the double slot bonuses spell, that would have been very silly. Yeah, Guardian of the Grove is actually the payoff we would really like to have. Yeah, good clean first place, Livin. We get into recommended decks for champions in this game. I wouldn't mind chatting with you about that in the Discord server, but I don't know that I have bandwidth to make dedicated YouTube content for this one. We did lose a character. All right, we need to run an advert on Twitch so it doesn't happen over the middle of the next draft. I'm going to throw the lobby code up. Again, if you had a chance to play in one of our first few, I'd ask that you give other folks a chance to get in. Appreciate everybody hanging out for some Once Upon a Galaxy into the stream today. It's super fun as always. The U.S. stock market has officially reached the most expensive level in history, overtaking the dot-com era and the 1929 pre-depression peak. This time it's gonna be different, gamers, I swear. This time's different. It's like none of the AI companies are really making money is the thing. I'm sure some of them are going to start making some more at some point, but like not the $1 trillion or whatever their valuations are. By the way, this is going to be our last viewer draft this afternoon. I think I'm going to take the boys out on a bike ride because the weather is nice and clear here this afternoon. We're going to be doing some more Once Upon a Galaxy tomorrow morning is the plan. So tomorrow afternoon, a new season of Snap goes live. So I think we're going to do DC Dark Legion first thing tomorrow morning. It's been a minute since we've done a draft in that game. And then we're going to do some of this for a couple hours. Then we're going to do a bunch of Snap for their new season kicking off tomorrow afternoon. Is the game plan. And then we'll probably be back with more Pokemon on Wednesday. All right, let's fire it off here, huh? Thanks for doing the ads like that instead of letting them go whenever. Yeah, Drago. I just try not to do things on my stream that bother me when other people do them. Witches is a super good aggressive champion. I like Merryweather too, though. Melody's not bad either. I like all three of these captains. I've played all of them and I'll rate them out. Let's do Witches. Good old-fashioned beatdown. Every 3 villains you pick, your back row slots get 3 3s, so. So our first round's not going to be that scary, but our second round, we're going to have 6 extra stats, which is quite good, especially with the Jack in the Box. We'll basically have 9 extra stats. Oh my goodness, so we even won the first round? That's so good for us. Oh, this is sad. No villain. Okay, cool. It would be really sad if we missed on triggering this on the second turn. And then Wormtug here. My next shop is all villains. Yeah, we take those. We get to put the egg in a slot that gets powered up here now too. So Mysterious Egg hatches 3 turns later, and it hatches into a random character 1 rarity higher than your current shop. Your shops always upgrade on the odd turns, meaning you want to draft the egg on even turns to get the most value out of it, the biggest jump up. So drafting egg on turn 2 or turn 4 typically is your best bet. Usually I'll take a turn 2 egg, especially if I have like a support or something like our Witch Captain here to give it stat bonuses. Because its downside is it's typically a 0/1, so being able to modify it in other ways goes a long way. I'll take Chaos and get a spell. It's lovely. And there's another villain, which means these each get 6/6 now. Give a slot 2/2. Copy the next treasure. Let's give a slot 2/2 each turn. Keep our foot on the gas, basically. Look at our Jack in the Box go, Chip. None of these are villains. I think I'm gonna go ahead and take a random. I don't need a baby bear. This is an amazing draft for the first few rounds. It is going really well. I'm gonna What Big Teeth the egg here, because it's gonna transform into something bigger next turn. Is this live with other people now? Yeah, so when you click the play button, it's always asynchronous, but there's an option to create a lobby and send a code to other people. So usually we play for an hour, showcasing the asynchronous to start, and then we spend an hour or so playing with viewers at home. Eventually, they're going to have official queue support for live lobbies, but that's somewhere down the line on the roadmap. Could have replaced villain, don't need to keep... Could have replaced chaos, don't need to keep the villains. Yeah, that's fair. Mockingbird? Mockingbird's okay. She's good. She's good to give us another thing of the slot bonus, which is nice. Chaos loves the lightning bolts, apparently. Alright, well. Our mages are animals, and our animals are mages. Sure. Yeah, there's a chance nothing is attacking here. Weird round. Apologies to Actual. That was deeply rude. Well, I have animal synergies now, and I guess I'll draft the lightning bolt because Calypso makes everything bigger. Oh, I could have replaced Chaos there, although Chaos gets bigger from the Hyena every turn. I think the other thing did not. Wouldn't mind a Boon Fairy with this Captain. We're playing Mono Red. We are kind of playing Mono Red, yeah. And you can see everybody else in the draft is pretty low on hearts. It's turn 6 and we've got 3 people on 1 hearters. The question's gonna be, can we transition into something that outscales these people that are on track to survive? The spells theme seems like a nice plan to scale. Yeah, we could pivot into that if we hit like a Merlin or something. How do you tell if you'll lose a full heart versus a half heart? So if you're on a full heart, you lose half a heart if your opponent has 2 units or fewer left, and you lose a full heart if they have like a commanding victory and they have 3 or more things left. The asterisk there is if you're on a half heart, you can never lose a full heart. This game is cool. Things are often pretty fast, but I got knocked out on round 16 earlier today and got 4th. Yes. Yeah, sometimes there's some curveballs in there for sure. Usually when you make it that far, you're like, all right, we're going to top 3. On those last few turns, why did you get a character and dump it instead of getting the spell? I should probably think about the spells a little bit more with Calypso. Oh, that was so close. Diablo's almost took it. Although Mage here makes my spell buffs bigger. So that's probably the line. Ooh, this is a great one. All right, so Ogre Magi says hunt, cast a spell next turn, and this is a Mage Pirate, meaning every time we cast the spell, Calypso makes it a lot bigger. All right, so we've aggroed out half the lobby. Now the question is, can we survive to keep up into this mid game and then the late game with against these other 2 players? Yarny, thank you for playing. That was a really close one. You almost recovered the Mockingbird. All right, we got a hunt off with that one, so that's great for us. All right, we're still winning here, and then the hunt. Wow, that's so good. Give a character 9/10, and then it's a mage, get an extra shop. So we get to make this bigger. So it's going to be more likely to hunt, and we get an extra shop, and there it is, gamers. There's Merlin. Every time we cast a spell, give all of our cards 5/5. There's the scaling we need. So again, this is one where we don't have any like exponential scaling, but we don't have any exponential scaling, but we've got just pretty good rates. Your farewell abilities are also hunt abilities. I don't want to put that up front just yet, because if it dies early, that would be really bad for me. Oh my goodness. Do I give up the hyena to put Frankenstein's doctor in? Because this'll combo with Daisy Jones Locket? Oh yeah. All right, now I think with Frankenstein's doctor, we are on the just cast spells for the rest of the game plan. I think we're drafting like silvers and golds of the characters that we have, and then we're just casting spells to trigger Merlin and Calypso. Really sweet synergies this game. Puff. Yes, we're scaling, but not like 1,000-point scaling is exactly correct. Hitting this amount of scaling for a draft that was as aggressive as we were to start is really strong. Okay, wait. So if he successfully hunts something it would trigger all of the Frankenstein Doctor ones, right? The fuck is even happening right now? How did we win that? What? That is easily the longest combat I have ever experienced. That was freaking nuts. Wait, what? How did that turn into something else? Did I just transform that by mistake? Oh, my last spell was a transform. You know what? That's probably not a big deal. I threw the looking glass by mistake. Oops. Well, that was probably the best one to have that accidentally go on to. Are we dead? I think we're dead. Yeah, damn, that gives me significantly less free spells. I got moving a little bit too fast. Yeah, Blackbeard is not big enough to hunt into. It's not big enough to hunt into any of their front line. Is Anubis new? No, I don't think Anubis is in any of the starter decks. It's just hard. It's a hard card to make work, right? All right. Well, at least we'll always have that one round we push through. GG's, Linsky. Maybe we're slightly better off if I don't accidentally transform my what's it called, but I think we were probably cooked there regardless. I would have scaled a little bit harder with extra spells, but that was close. Honestly, I'm impressed with how much we scaled after how aggressive our start was. We almost converted that one into a full win. This character, in my experience, is really good for pushing top 3 consistently, but she's tough to fully win with. Just because her mechanic doesn't help you scale big. All right, gamers, it's 3 o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and sign off for the day. We're going to do some more Once Upon a Galaxy drafting tomorrow morning. We'll probably do some async, followed by some viewer lobbies again, and then we'll have a new Marvel Snap season in the afternoon. If you're interested in Pokemon Pocket content, make sure you're subscribed over on the Hooklandia Pocket channel. We're going to have lots of deck highlights and new things, roundups over there. And I will be back live with more Pocket on Wednesday is the plan. Peace, folks.